I'm the chair, Bert Lay. I'm joined by members of the council. Normally when we meet in person, we go around the room and introduce everybody, but I'll read the list of attendees that I can see. So it looks like we are joined today by Megan Birdsey, who's a warm water rep, Rex Infanger, who I believe is a at-large rep, Ben, I'm not sure which Ben that is. It doesn't have a last name, but I think that's Ben from the Northeast region joining us. Cal Black from the Southeast region, aquatic biologist, division biologist. Clint Brunson, Northern region, division biologist. Dave Behunin, the representative for the Southern region. Let's see who else we got. Jackie Watson, biologist for the Central region. Jordan Nielsen, who is under consideration for the Southeast region representative. Ken Strong, Central region representative. Larry Finch, at-large representative. Mike Fisher, who I think is under consideration for commercial rep. Natalie Boren, that would be Northeast region biologist. Nick Braithwaite, division biologist from the Southern region. And then our coordinator, Randy Opplinger. I distributed the agenda. Before I go on, I guess we're also joined by Mike.
TJ's present.
Thank you, TJ. TJ Sokolos, the other at-large representative. Thank you. And anyone else who joins us, please let us hear from you.
Hey, Bert. This is Russ Lawrence.
Oh, Russ. Thanks. Welcome. All right. And Russ is under consideration for, or will soon be, the Northern region representative, if I'm not mistaken. Please forgive me if I messed up any of those. I don't have a roster in front of me, but that's how I remember them. So again, we have the agenda distributed, and we have completed our welcome and introductions. Thanks everyone again for joining us today. And so we will begin. Randy, unless you have anything else initially.
I don't, so I think we could go ahead and get started.
Okay, so sometime last week, maybe over the weekend, I distributed the minutes from our February meeting and also the minutes from our June meeting. And the February meeting minutes were delayed because of a computer hiccup. Lindy did a fantastic job getting those together to us. So I would like to hear if there are any additional comments or changes to our meeting minutes from Thursday, February 20th. Did anyone have any corrections or amendments to offer?
They looked correct to me, Herb, or Bert.
All right.
Sorry.
That's all right. Okay, well, thank you, Rex. I'd like to go ahead and then make the motion that we go ahead and accept the minutes as amended in the version distributed. Could I get a second, please? Rex, would you like to say?
I'll second it, Bert.
All right, thank you. And I think we'll just agree to accept them unless there are any objections. Moving on to the June minutes. I'm calling that up on my computer. It's from our June 18th minutes meeting, which happened online via Google Meet. Any additional comments, edits, corrections to the June minutes? All right, hearing none, I would propose that we accept the minutes as distributed with the amendments shown in the distributed copy. Can I get a second, please?
I'll second them.
All right, Rex, and it sounded like Ken was jumping in there to second as well. So It's a tie. We have but seriously.
In reading those notes, as a matter, I actually printed them out. I thought, just had a comment that Randy, you really did a good job on summarizing the stuff that was in there. And I thought, and I didn't tell Randy thanks, but it was a very nice job of summarizing Blue Ribbon and some of our funding and where we're headed and what we want to do. Thank you.
I completely agree, Rex. That is actually one of the benefits of having minutes like this, where we have detailed accounting of what it is that was agreed upon and what we plan to do going forward from an outreach perspective. Another really nice thing about that meeting is we were joined by 3 members of the Division of Wildlife Resources Outreach Group. And it's been, I think, a really great start to a new set of positive interactions. And we've got a lot of things on the agenda for outreach going forward, and nicely documented by Randy. So thank you, Randy, for that. All right, well, let's go ahead and move into regional reports. We're going to start this month with Ken Strong and Jackie Watson. I'm not sure which one of you is going to take it, but I'll let you guys take it from here.
And I'll just chime in real fast. A few of the regions sent me some pictures and stuff like that. I'll put them up. Just tell me when you want them, and I'll get them to you.
Great. Thank you, Randy. Ken, Jackie?
Ken, do you want me to go?
Let me start off a little bit here, but
Okay.
we start, excuse me, the Chicken East boat ramp that we put money towards. Everything is falling into place and it's going very well, except for the Army Corps permitting has been delayed. The creel survey is still going on at Deer Creek. Fishing pressure and the catch has slowed down a bit with the hot temperatures. Jordanelle zooplankton samples were collected at the end of July. 4,500 12-inch rainbows went in on the 24th of July. 17,500 3-inch splake went in July 28th. There was Mike Slater assisted in a brook trout stocking of high mountain lakes near Pittsburgh, Catherine, Mary, Blanche, Florence, and Silver. And they attempted to electrofish the Spanish Fork River in the bottoms, but the flows were too high. Fish were observed and the population estimate could not be completed. But it's a good sign following the ash flow down the river from the fire we had last year. And Crockett and Slater have been doing a lot of prep work on fire rehab and the barrier construction on Nebo Creek. There's been a bioenergetic sampling of Starvation Reservoir. They did a population survey on Granite Creek in the Deep Creek mountain range, and also transferred 95 adult Bonneville cutthroat trout from Trout Creek to Red Cedar Creek, which was recently treated by helicopter. Slater is currently in the Northeast region helping to recon and plan the planning of some rotenone treatments. And they'll be sampling sixth water and streams near Park City in the next week or so. Gill netting at Jordan will take place the week of Labor Day weekend. Please let us know if you have any questions, and Jackie can answer any questions you have.
Can I have one? On the Chicken Creek East boat ramp, is it something to be concerned about, the permitting being held up, or it's just a slower process than we thought?
I talked with Alan Ward, and he's pushing it right along, but he says it's just something, the hiccup that came along, and maybe Jackie has more on that.
I think you're muted there, Jackie.
Thanks, Randy. I kind of got the same message from Alan. It sounds like It's just slowing the process down. They were hoping to be completed later this year in the fall, and it might take till early next year to get the completion. But it didn't sound like they're worried about the project not happening or not finishing.
And I'll kind of chime in on that quickly. The problem is not anything to do with the project itself. I think statewide we've been having some problems lately with the Army Corps. I think they've just had some staffing changes and they're running a little slow on some of our permits. So it has nothing to do with the projects. It's more on the Army Corps thing and the things and them just being slow.
I just want to mention or highlight a couple of things. As Ken said, we'll be gill netting at Jordanelle the week of Labor Day. So starting that Tuesday, anybody who's interested in helping out, please contact me. And then my region will also be presenting a Provo River informational item at the Regional Advisory Council meetings coming up.
Okay, does that conclude it for Central Region then? I think then we'll move on to Northeast Region, and I believe it's Ben Kurtz. And if I got that, I didn't have your last name when I introduced you, but Ben and Natalie Boren joining us from the Northeast Region. So we'll turn it over to them for a report on the Northeast Region. Thanks.
I'll probably just take most of it since I don't think I've talked with Ben about more than a few things over the past couple weeks. If he has some additional stuff he wants to chime in, go ahead, Ben. Randy, I guess we'll just start with starvation. So we've got the bioenergy study. It's rolling, cruising right along really right now. In July, we were able to take diet samples from basically all species of fish there except for brown trout. We had no brown trout in the sample. And I guess a few crappie, but not many.
Quick question, Natalie. Do you want me to put some pictures up or wait on that?
You can, as soon as I start talking about the forage nettings, you can throw those yellow perch pictures up.
Sounds good.
But the diet samples look pretty good. I mean, we have probably 500 diet samples so far from the summer season, which is a lot. We got most of them from electrofishing for 2 nights. I think we were able to pick up 150 something walleye, about 50 rainbows, a handful of perch at that time, and then we have a ton of smallmouth bass data. So it was good to see. The majority of the diets so far have been a ton of invertebrates, midges, insects, dragonflies, a lot of crayfish, definitely with the smallmouth bass, but the walleye are even keying in on crayfish quite a bit. And then we did start to finally see some fish in the walleye diets. Things are looking pretty good. I mean, rainbows look good so far. And we're happy to move on to the forage nettings. So Randy, go ahead and put up that gill net picture, I guess, is the first one.
Yeah, I'll just kick in real fast. Brian Anderson, I just muted you. We were getting a little feedback.
So we did our annual forage nettings. We started on Sunday and we worked through Tuesday this week. As you know, we started these in 2015, and I've really followed the same protocol for the last few years, but I've been trying electrofishing and trying some different areas of the net sets over the past few years. This year we had limited crew sizes and kind of limited time too, but we were able to, the only thing we did differently basically is we moved the perch nettings back, or the forage nettings back, from the end of July to this week in August. Now this net right here that's up on the screen, full of those little young of year perch, that net is 100 feet long. It's micro mesh, so 1/4 inch bars. That net right there had 1,050 yellow perch in it. An absolute nightmare to pick them out of that, but I haven't been so happy to see yellow perch in 5 years since I've been doing this. And this was the most in our nets, but every net that we did had yellow perch in it and young of year yellow perch in it. There was 11 total net sets that we did. We mostly focused in the back of Rabbit Gulch and kind of worked up the side islands, and then we put a couple nets over in Indian Bay, and we put the rest of the nets up in Saluratus Wash, and then a historic point right across from Juniper Point. It was the very first place that I set the forage nets back in 2015. So the first time we only had 3 forage nets in 2015. We set the one there, and it had over 300 perch in it this week. So it looks to me like our forage base is coming back. I don't know that I can contribute to anything specific that we did, but it's back, and it looks like we're going to have some pretty good crops of perch coming up through the system. I do not know how long these guys will last. We're hopeful that we can keep them around for longer. We did see several size classes, age classes of these fish. So I don't know. I'm happy as can be. It's been a long time coming for us trying to find these perch, and these gill nets set a lot this year. So I'm happy with that part. Does anybody? We also picked up, there's a couple of the crappie. So we picked up young of year crappie, and we picked up that age 2 crappie. Age 1 or 2. I haven't aged them yet, so I don't exactly know how old that fish is on the top. But this was the first time we've really picked up multiple of those young of year crappie, showing that we did get a spawn off in starvation last year, and they're around and they're present. And we found them in 5, I believe, 5 of the 11 gill nets. So to us, that's good progress, especially when we've been working on this stabilizing of the forage base for going on 4 years now. But does anybody have any questions about forage nettings or the diet work that we're doing at starvation? Or Ben, do you have anything to add?
I was just going to say that one of those pictures Randy was showing there might have been a bluegill. Was that right?
Yeah, that's just premature. I'll get to pelican in a minute.
Oh, okay.
Okay. If you guys have questions, you can tell me them later about starvation. But I think for the most part, I mean, fishing has been a bit slower this year, but Ben can attest to there's a big crop of 10-inch walleye coming back up through the system. So we'll talk about it with our management team this winter and see if we need to start promoting the harvest of some of the small fish again, or what's going on. We'll have to wait till our fall walleye index netting is all done before we can really jump to any further conclusions on what to expect for the walleye population next year. But the next one, so we jumped right from starvation over to our first few transects at Pelican Lake yesterday. So that bluegill that Randy had up, that's one of several hundred that we sampled yesterday. I'm really only seeing the 2 size classes of bluegill right now. That's probably about a 5-inch bluegill. There's lots of bluegill that are 1 size class smaller than that. The bass are what's really coming on strong, and they're looking great. That next picture, Randy, is one of the bigger bass we caught. That was almost 3-pound bass. The bass are abundant, and way more abundant than what I would expect right now based on how many we've stocked, which tells me they did get probably 2 spawns off since we did the treatment. We can go out there right now, and there's several people. There's been a big increase of angling pressure at Pelican over the last month. The word has kind of got out that you can go there and catch 100 bass in a night, and they're between 8 and kind of max out at 13 inches right now. So we were out there. doing some zooplankton work and took our poles. Yeah, you could go catch a bass. Everywhere we stopped, we could go catch bass right now. And they were fun. They're hard fighting bass and they're healthy. So I'll work up the numbers. I've still got to do one more survey on Monday. I got to finish the transects. But I mean, the bass right now, they're super fun to catch. And I tried to target some of those bigger bluegill, but I have not been able to find them yet. A note about pelican is the water levels are getting low. As you know, it's a drought year again, and they are really taking the irrigation water out of there. It's not down to conservation pool yet. We've still got several feet before we hit that. But it should be a fun little fall fishery right now. Our bass club's actually talking about having a tournament down there in September. I don't know if they're really going to do it or not, but somebody has caught one of the big bass that we've moved from our salvage ponds, and they told me it was about 6 pounds. So good on them, I guess. The bass are really aggressive. We were sampling yesterday, and we were weighing and measuring the bluegill, and right off the side of the boat, as soon as we threw those bluegill in, there was bass that would come up and just nail them and eat them. It was pretty crazy, but that's about your average size bass right here that Trevin's holding. They're good, healthy fish though right now, so we'll keep you updated on Pelican's progress. But I mean, for the most part, I did pick up a few carp yesterday. We removed those, of course, and I did not see any tiger muskie at all yet. So I don't know. We'll keep our eye out for them, but they haven't shown up. I've not seen them since we stocked. And a couple more updates on Pelican Lake before we move on. We had to drain Bullock last week. The fish screen is back in place, and it caught thousands and thousands of Bullock fish in that fish screen. So for once in its life, it actually functioned right, and it worked, and it did its job. And we will keep tweaking it and moving it on so it's easier to maintain. So any questions about Pelican?
I have a couple questions, Natalie. This is Bert. Did you examine stomach contents of any of these bass to see if they're eating? Yeah,
we pretty much took stomachs on all the bass. Most of them were eating bluegill. There was a couple with crayfish. The bass that hang out along the rock gabion right there, those fish had crayfish in their stomachs. There was some with dragonfly larvae and dragonflies in the stomach still. So they're eating pretty well, but most of the diet is all bluegill, of course, and there's abundant bluegill for them to eat right now. I mean, really, they can go anywhere they want and pick off a bluegill at any time.
So no sign of juvenile carp in any of the stomach contents?
No sign of juvenile carp.
And then what fish were you catching in the screen from Bullock Canal?
We caught wiper. We caught tons and tons of green sunfish, fathead minnows, and I think that was about it. We were expecting some tiger muskie to make it down that far, but we did not find any tiger muskie in the screen itself. It looks like most of them tried to stay up in the puddle of a lake that's left in Bullock.
All right, thanks. Any other questions for Natalie or Ben?
Hey, Natalie, this is Rex. This is pretty neat news on Pelican. Thank you.
You're welcome. I think it's neat too. Like I'm excited to send people out there 2 years after treatment and tell them that they can expect to catch some fun bass. So we'll hope the bluegill should turn on next year, but we're seeing good things. The water quality looks pretty good. It's a little murky right now after draining of Bullock because there was some nasty water that got sent down from Bullock. As you can imagine, the bottom of those reservoirs is pure black. And then just a couple other pictures. There's a couple pictures I sent of big sandwash smallmouth from yesterday. So big sandwash is really low right now, but it's a great time to fish it because there's a lot of fish to be had. So these are 3 kids in a row that they caught 63 smallmouth yesterday, and these were their big ones from Big Sand Wash. So I promise you, they are still in there, and they're pretty good looking, healthy fish right now. And then the other picture was actually one of the same kids. That is a tiger muskie, about 26 to 28 inches. They didn't measure it, but this is from Old Fort Ponds in Vernal. We stocked 6 tiger muskie in there at 10 inches, and that thing has grown that much in that period of time. And the kid caught it, and he is excited as can be. So for a community fishing pond, I think that's a big win for that kid in our community, because I never could have imagined that thing would be growing that fast in those ponds. But I guess if you stock some extra tiger trout or rainbows, they'll pick them off as they wish. So that's pretty much it for our region. Brian and Garn are up in the back country right now doing preparation work for rotenone treatments. Garn's clear up in the O-Wheat Basin, and Brian's clear over on the North Slope for the next week. So everybody's pretty spread out, but it's that time of year when we are busy as we can possibly be. So if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to take them now.
This is Bert again. I'd love that picture of the kid with the tiger muskie. That's great.
It'll be on our Facebook post for the division on Friday, I believe, for our Friday at noon. Nice.
I had a question. I have a friend who's trying to get into tenkara fishing, and I want to encourage her as much as possible. And one of the areas that I thought I could direct her to was lower Stillwater ponds. So I'm curious, have you had any reports of fishing from lower Stillwater?
I have not had a single report all summer long from lower Stillwater, and I have not been able to get up there either. But based on what TJ sent me an email yesterday, I actually put it on my calendar to go try to spend some time up there, because I have not a single firsthand or secondhand report from that place all season. So sorry, but I don't.
Well, if we get out there in September, we get out there in September, I'll let you know.
Sounds good.
Any other questions, Rex?
Bert, I as Natalie was presenting, I was thinking, I think if I went out there with a really big hopper, that the bass on my tenkara might be just perfect for getting into those reeds. That's just funny that you'd mention it, but that just looked ideal to me for dropping just a big old foam grasshopper. And it sounds like the bass might eat it. Is that true?
I'm sure they will. Just so you know, the water level at Pelican is basically at the bottom end of the reeds. So there's not actually a lot of water in the reeds themselves right now. Most of the bass that I've been catching and seeing are out in the little bit deeper water. But I mean, they're still jumping on the surface. You could go out there in the evening and pick up fish pretty much anywhere you fished.
Natalie, is Pelican still able to be fished from a bass boat?
Oh, yeah.
With water?
Yep. I launched our electrofishing boat yesterday, the 18-footer, and then some guy had a big crest liner out there the other day with like a 300 on it. So he was still able to launch.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
Yep.
All right. Any further questions for Natalie or Ben? All right. Hearing none. Before we move on to the northern region, I see Brian Anderson has joined us. Brian is candidate for Coldwater representative. And maybe when we get around to the chairman's steering committee report, or even before, we'll have Randy give us an update on everyone's applications, so new members' applications, to see where we are with respect to new members of the council. So moving on, Northern Region, I believe Clint Brunson is here. And Clint, take it away.
Can everybody hear me, Bert? Does that work? All right. Sounds
If I
good.
can get unmuted, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I'll just start with our rivers, kind of go through the 3 that are on our blue ribbon portion here. And Randy and I have talked a little bit about this. He gave a list, I think it was two meetings ago, or maybe it was even last meeting, about some past areas that we had for blue ribbon. And so there's some places that I don't know if they still meet the standards of blue ribbon or not. So I need to kind of follow through. But anyways, I wanted to go through starting with the Logan River. Flows are kind of at normal flows at this point. We had really kind of a crappy runoff. I mean, the high flows were in the high 400 CFS range. Like they didn't even break 500 this spring. So kind of held on to those flows for a little bit longer. But right now things are doing pretty good. There's a lot of pressure, as you could imagine, because it's higher in elevation, but about every pull off seems to be filled with a truck or a little car to be fishing. But despite that, it sounds like fishing's been pretty decent from the guys that I've talked to personally and from some fishing reports. So Logan's doing good. Browns have made it. Sorno caught, him and his wife went up last month, into last month, and they caught a brown up at the forestry camp, which is just below the turnoff to Tony's Grove. So Browns have made it super, super high in the system. I don't know what that means management wise for us and cutthroats in that high area of the system. So the Weber below Echo is between 500 and 600 CFS right now. So it's really pushing. It's a little off, and it runs like that until you hit the Stoddard diversion, and then it's 10 to 15 CFS and really heavily vegetated. Nearly impossible to fish. Between the reservoirs, typical this year, at this time of year anyways, you can fish with hoppers and caddis and catch a few on top if you want. Nymphing's still good, but there is 200 CFS coming out of Rockport, so there's some pretty good flows there too, but just about right for fishing. South Fork of the Ogden, there's a lot of tubing and wading pressure going on there, but fishing's still okay. So that kind of covers the river stuff right now. I'm still going to try to get a survey in on the Weber maybe next month if everything works out with our schedules throughout the office. I don't know if we're going to find a couple of days to do a mark recapture or not, but I'd still like to do that. But anyways, that's kind of where we're sitting as far as the rivers go right now. Any questions?
Yeah, I got one. This is Brian Anderson.
Yeah.
Regarding the Browns in the Logan River, in the early 2000s, I spent a decade electrofishing that with Gary Thide and Fader Booty at Utah State University. And it wasn't unusual for us to find browns as high as Red Banks, the campground.
Yeah.
But a lot of their research and study shows kind of why the cutthroats dominate above and in Franklin Basin and browns below, because browns do outcompete cutthroat for sure, and that they prove that. Anyway, I've got a lot of information on that. If you're interested, you may also have it. But the browns, reds get scoured in spring runoff up high, so their distribution upward is kind of limited by the violence of the spring runoff up there. So I mean, they've kind of found a natural balance over the years. So I don't think it's a concern that browns are making more egress into cutthroat water, because I think naturally that balance has been found for decades. And anyway,
no, you make a good, yeah, you make a good point, Brian. There's that, and then you have some very cold water that even can reduce their, once they spawn, the success of those eggs, those fertilized eggs from hatching as well, in that super cold water. So yeah, there's definitely some research there. It's just interesting to me to see, how far up the system they're making, and anglers are catching those fish all that way as well. So yeah, interesting, if nothing else. Gives something else, some other complexity to some of this as we go forward, for sure. So we haven't, Phaedra and Gary usually will call and talk to us and say, hey, we have a concern. And that's where my master's project on Temple Fork came from, was part of that discussion we've had with USU over the past couple of decades since they took that over.
Great.
So anything else? All right, I'll jump to reservoirs. I helped Scott with Bear Lake do some hydroacoustics, and I may have talked about that last meeting, but since then he's finished his summer gill netting, and he's trying to work with Idaho Fish and Game to change some harvest regulations on cutthroat there. The biggest one being to allow for fish that are not fin clipped, so wild fish, to be harvested. Currently, somewhere between 10 and 20% of the fish left in there are hatchery fish, which is almost the opposite of what they'd started with like in the mid 90s. So they've had this great increase of wild fish returning, probably in part, or I should say mainly in part, to the reconnection efforts made by Trout Unlimited and Jim Dorito around Bear Lake, getting all those tributary streams fish passable and allowing those to hit the tributaries. And we're working still on some of ours on our side, to trying to get some landowners to allow some work to happen and things like that. But that's still a couple of years down the pipe. So he really wants to have that. He's got the data to prove it, but they're really leery about the change. The other reason that he wants to do it is his Cisco numbers aren't as high as he would like. And in part, like a 20-year low average for his Cisco numbers as he completed hydroacoustics. So you have the great base of forage fish in the cutthroats and the lake trout that are there, and the prey item being Cisco are, kind of going down. So he would like to, allow for some additional harvest for those anglers that go up and chase those fish. Any questions on Bear Lake?
What's been Idaho's response to that on the Cisco?
They're still hesitant. They still don't want to allow any harvest additional to what we already have. So when you have almost, somewhere between 80 and 90% of the population of cutthroats in there being wild fish, they're all returned. So they're not being touched harvest wise. And we stocked 3 weeks ago, we stocked 170,000 cutthroats off of First Point via a couple of barges, one from Strawberry and one from the other one from the central region. And it was a big effort to get that many fish in, but there's only harvest of about 7,000 cutthroats a year on the lake through his krill surveys. So like, we're putting in a lot of fish, and there's a lot of fish there to be harvested, but Idaho is very, very, very conservative, and he's trying to use the data to say, look, we need to do something, or we're just going to crash it. Because if we lose, I think his concern is if he loses a Cisco, then everything there is, could be in jeopardy. So that's something that he's trying to work out with managers, and it sounds like a new guy has taken over. It sounds like one in the past was more willing to work with him, and the new guy, being new, is very, very conservative on making any changes to Bear Lake right now. So I don't know where it's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen, I should say.
I'll kind of chime in on this. Sorry, Clint. I'll chime in real fast. I've been involved in some of the negotiations with this. The past guy Clint kind of referred to in Idaho would be kind of the Chris Penny's equivalent up there. Was extremely conservative. I mean, he was very reluctant to make any regulation changes. The two states don't necessarily see eye to eye on fish numbers there. We think that there's a pretty healthy natural cutthroat population, so not the hatchery fish, but the naturally recruited ones. Idaho thinks that population's a few thousand fish and quickly be harvested out. So we don't see eye to eye on that. But where we've kind of landed on negotiations with Idaho is Idaho's actually paying for a study. So they got somebody from the University of Idaho down on Bear Lake right now, collecting a bunch of data to kind of assess this. And kind of what we've talked about with them is based on the results of that, we will move forward with a regulation change or not move forward on a regulation change with Bear Lake. So that's kind of specifically what this grad student's looking at is, can this fishery sustain some harvest right now of these naturally born fish?
Well, Randy, Rex, it seems to me we have a fairly unique fish in the Cisco, and one that we might definitely don't want to have it be gone. And that just seems like that might be something we could use for a bit of leverage. I'd hate to see that fishery go away. It's one of the few, I certainly in the Western United States and maybe in all of the United States combined.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I don't know what Scott's data looks like for this year, but I think for last year, looking at his data, I don't think he quite reached a level yet where he was extremely concerned, but he was starting to see the numbers decline, and I think he was starting to sweat just a little bit about it. So I don't think we've kind of crossed the level yet. I think what we're hoping is this grad student will be done in another year or so. And I think, hopefully we'd be able to make a quick change after that research is done there. And I think that's the key Idaho's looking for, is that project to get done. And then once they have that done, I think they might be willing to move forward with something.
Thanks, Randy. I appreciate that. That was information that I didn't have from Scott.
Hey, are those Cisco's unique to that fishery as far as are they naturally recruiting, or are they native to that drainage, or
they are
what's the deal with those?
They are endemic to Bear Lake. They're only found in Bear Lake. So they're Bear Lake Cisco. They're not found anywhere else in the world. There's Cisco found all over the world, but these are specific, just like June suckers are to Utah Lake. These Bear Lake Cisco are found only there.
That's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're pretty cool little fish. If you ever want to go and play and do something fun in the middle of January, they have the Cisco Disco up there, and you go net fish through the ice or stand in waders and try not to freeze to death. But they have a pretty good little party and put together. The whole community comes out and they have a big get together at the State Marine on the west side and have a polar plunge and all, like a big chili cook-off and stuff. Kind of a lot of fun. Kind of a neat little thing to do, and it's all about Cisco that day. So it's pretty important for the fishery as a species. It's totally a prey item. They only get to, I think the largest I've measured is about 213 or 214 millimeters, so just under 10 inches. They don't get very big, but they come in waves. It's pretty cool to see. So,
well, rather than target the cutthroat, could we make or consider lake trout being harvested more to help reduce the pressure on those Ciscos instead?
Well, that's something that, and I haven't looked at the regs for the lake trout. I think, like Randy said, they're just all the way around. Idaho's super conservative on any harvest there. I think we've done triploid lake trout in there for close to 15 years, maybe even longer than that. As soon as the data came out that you could do it, we started stocking triploid lake trout in there. But we still have, since they're a long-lived fish, we still have diploids coming in and still spawning every year. So they're a naturally recurring fish. We don't catch very many in our nets. You'll get maybe one in each net if you're lucky, or one in every other net. You don't catch the lake trout in large numbers in the net. So my guess is they've probably considered that option, but at the same time, I think with as conservative as Idaho has been with the cutthroats, they're probably the same way with lake trout, since they're such a long-lived species. It's a great idea. It's the same thing with the gorge. You know, they're trying to target lake trout because of kokanee and other species. But anyways, yeah, I'm not tied in as close to all that stuff. I can ask Scotty and see what he has to say, but and see what Idaho's feeling is for lake trout. I can get back to you if you want me to, Ben.
Oh, not a big deal. I was just throwing an idea out there. I don't think that from what you know already, that there's that big of a presence of lake trout anyhow.
Yeah. They show up in October, so during the rifle deer hunt, they hit the shores pretty hard along the state marina, all the rock and stuff. And you can fish them on a couple of rocky shores pretty effectively if you wanted to target them with fly rod or something. You can catch some fish, you know, up to 34, 35 inches. You know, some big lakers on a fly rod if you want to do something like that at that time of year. But other than that, you really have to know what you're doing in order to, you know, to catch them and with the locations to go. So, but yeah, that's what I know about lake trout.
I was gonna just, I mean, I think the lake trout limit, I think it's a standard statewide limit there. I don't think there's any special reg on them.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And Clint's right. We've been stocking triploids in there. The overall population, it's pretty small. But the nice thing about stocking triploids is it's easy for us to pull the plug on stocking and get the numbers to come down a little bit. I think our thoughts at recruitment from those older fish before we switch to the sterile triploids was pretty low. I mean, they do pull off a spawn, but there's not large numbers of fish, and we don't think that many of those progeny ever really make it in Bear Lake. So I think we've got a good pulse on the lake trout population. That's one we could easily kind of pull the plug on and reduce numbers pretty easily through our stocking efforts if we need to reduce some predation more. But in the grand scheme of things, they're kind of a drop in a bucket compared to the cutthroat when it comes to predation on those Cisco.
Oh, thanks for the information there, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. All right, I'm going to jump to East Canyon. I haven't heard a lot coming from it. We haven't done any gill nets or anything like that, but our kind of recent just weekly up-to-date stuff that we have for fishing it's okay. You're catching a fish here, catching a fish there. Like everywhere else in the state, been super hot temperature-wise, which doesn't lead to a lot of great fishing in some of these reservoirs, especially for guys that are trying to fish from shore, which is where our surveys have kind of come from the last little while. So both guys probably could catch them if they're, you know, down rigging and pulling, you know, pop gear, pulling cranks or something like that. They can probably target some fish, but it's just really not hot fishing there. Pine View, water's coming down. Again, we're pulling a lot of water down the river and for irrigation and all kinds of stuff. So water's dropping there. Muskies should, once this kind of heat wave breaks, they should start trying to put on some weight for winter. And fishing usually picks up end of August, first part of September, all the way through about the end of October into November for muskies, whether you're fishing from shore or in a boat casting or trolling. So I think Sorno will put in, and I think are we going to do some fall structures this year, Cody, in Pineview? The plan is to do some more structures this fall in Pineview for young year perch and crappie again.
Some dock habitat for docks and shark habitat.
Oh, at Pineview too?
At the Port Ramp.
Oh, so Cody says they're also going to hang some habitats at the Port Ramp dock there to attract centrarchids, basically bluegills and crappies. There's some recent research showing that bluegills do very well and are better at killing quagga mussels than other things when they're, you know, super small. So the thought is if we can put some structure there to hold some bluegills where people are launching boats, maybe we can slow down some of that spread of quaggas coming in. I know AIS has been super busy this summer, but anyways, I just kind of wanted to share that too, that there's some structure that will be going under those docks this fall as well. Willard, you can catch catfish right now from shore or in a boat. Sorno and I got into a pretty good little fishing trip here a couple weeks ago and did really well with some cats and some walleye, bottom bouncing. But these temperatures are just, you'd have to be fishing almost after dark or, early mornings or late evenings, but you can still catch some kitty cats. My guess is our shad numbers are going to be pretty high again this year. They should be able to pull off, several spawns. And so we'll have some fat fish going into winter, but we also will probably not have a lot of anglers will be happy because the fish will be full of fish, not too willing to bite lures again this year. And then the last one I wanted to talk about was Lost Creek. There's not a whole lot. I haven't been up there. I was driving up that way and my truck broke down, so I never made it back to see water levels and how things are going. But my guess is you're going to have a downrigger or something set up on a boat in order to catch fish there right now with as hot as it's been, or fish super early or late in the evenings. I mean, it's going to be kind of tough to catch a lot of fish anyways. So
Clint, I've got a friend that's been going up there the last 3 weeks to Lost Creek. He's getting there before it really gets first light and fishing down 30 to 50 feet with downriggers and rapalas and just catching lots of nice trout. I mean, he's trying to influence me to come up, which I'm fully intend to be influenced on. So, but you're right. He has to be there as the sky just even thinks about starting to get light. And then he's using his downriggers. But he has been really successful. And this is a guy I've fished with for years and years. So I'm very confident of his data.
Okay, that's great to know. At least I'm still correct.
Yeah. He said 17-inch trout weren't unusual at all.
Yeah, they should be really good. Yeah, we should have some really nice fish in there right now. So, that's it. So,
Clint, this is Bert. Rex's question reminds me of the council would like to come up and visit Lost Creek in the fall. And Rex has actually suggested a date, possibly September 23rd, if I'm not mistaken. That's a Saturday, but we might want to try to work on some coordinated visit where maybe we can get you to show. It doesn't necessarily have to be a weekend day. Maybe we can do a weekday. But we would like to hit it when the fishing is likely going to turn on again. Obviously, those of us in kayaks and pontoon boats can't quite, and fly gear can't quite get to 30 feet. But I am curious to think ahead and start talking about maybe planning a visit. If nothing else, it's nice to see the condition of the road for those who haven't been up there since the road has been repaired. Also the new toilet below the dam. And then we want to hear more about your plans with respect to the boat ramp and another vault toilet further around the shoreline, that southeast arm. And I just want to see what you had to say about that. How does that strike you?
Sorry, I'm just taking some notes, making sure I get everything here. But I think that's fine. I have September 23rd as a Wednesday. Unless I'm wrong on my calendar. And that's probably, yeah, I mean, we should have some cool days enough to find some fish by then.
23rd's a Wednesday.
Okay, well, my bad. Maybe I was confused as to what date Rex was initially suggesting, but let's try to pick a date. Maybe in late September. You think fishing will be good by then?
Yeah, it should be good by then. So yeah, well, I'll send out a little, like either a doodle poll or something like that after the meeting, and I'll send it to everybody on the council, and whoever wants to come can chime in, and if they want to come up and they want to bring a boat or a kick boat or whatever, we'll try to make something work and get out and get on the water and do some fishing. I'll try to convince my wife that I need to have a couple extra days prior to that, just make sure that I know what's going on so we can catch some fish too. So it's be a good excuse for me.
Well, we want to hit it at a time that's convenient for you and when others are not too tied up in hunting pursuits and that sort of
Yeah.
thing. So,
yeah. And so the end of September is probably going to be a little bit better before all the deer and
okay.
elk hunts start in October. So I'll send that out. So
Rex, did you have any further comments or questions or thoughts on our outing?
Sorry, I had to mute. No, I would like to get up there, especially after this friend of mine for the last 3 weeks has just been delighted with the fishing, other than he has no objection at all to dark 30.
Well, it's nice to get confirmation that the fishery is there, but it's just deep. So it's hard for us with fly gear to get to.
yeah.
All right. Are there any further questions for Clint?
Ken, you don't have any problem getting down to 30 feet, do you? See, Ken?
Did you say Ben or can?
Ken, well, I know you've got downriggers, Ben, so, and I'm pretty sure Ken's got downriggers on his boat. Is that a thumbs up?
Yeah, I got downriggers.
So, and we can get you some lead core fly line, Bert. The reel may not be quite what you're used to, but a 209 reel will get line out.
Well, I got some full sync that I could try to. So, all right. Well, the comments on Lost Creek remind me, as we in the past we've gone through the regions, we've talked about candidate waters, and of course, the northeastern region doesn't have any candidate waters to evaluate this year, but Red Fleet is on the list for 2021. Not only that, but based on what we saw from Natalie regarding Pelican, it might be time to go fish for bass. It sort of sounded like Meg had that in mind. And so maybe that would be fun to see how Pelican is progressing from a firsthand perspective. But Clint, did you have something to add? No? Okay. But I also, when we zip through the central region, the Middle Provo reevaluation is something we plan to do this year. I've made a trip or two up there, and I'll tell you what, if you go at dusk on a hot, sunny day and stay out till dark, you may not be able to catch them, but there's some big noses that come up to eat caddis this time of year, and it's quite impressive. It is quite exciting to be out there last light of day, and I think it'll be good probably through into September. So this is the time of day and the time of year when I've caught some of my larger fish. So I keep planning to go back and fish the caddis hatch on the Middle Provo to see if I can get into some of those 20-inch plus fish. I did take my girlfriend there last week, and she got into 2 fish that she couldn't land, one of which I almost got in the net for her. It's about an 18 or 19-inch brown, it looked like to me. So, all right, so that concludes the northern region. We still have yet to hit the southeast region, and I believe Cal is here. So, Cal, you ready to take it away?
Sure am. I'm going to start with Schofield. We've been able to stock several different times of wiper into Schofield this year. We had about 5,500 8-inch wiper early June, mid-June. We had 13,000 2-inch wipers go in about a month ago. And then we've had a few more 8-inch wipers go in, I think, last week. And so I think we're still supposed to get another batch of 1,000 to 2,000 8-inch wipers this month also. So yeah, we were able to get a lot of wipers in there this year. We stocked our muskie in earlier this spring and have had several reports of people catching muskie this year. A lot of ice off fishing, or anglers were able to pick up some really nice muskie, surprisingly. So yeah, Schofield's been doing quite well. Had a lot of good reports of some nice rainbows and cutthroat and tiger trout being caught this year, and has been doing quite well. We've been quite pleased with it. So Lower Fish Creek, we've had quite a few anglers call and talk about or ask about Lower Fish Creek this year, and mostly been good, positive things. A lot of anglers who've historically have fished this stretch of river for 10, 15 years have called up and said, hey, we're catching some really nice tiger trout and brown trout, but tiger trout into Lower Fish Creek, right below the dam, and also all the way down to our WMA access point halfway down the system. And the one gentleman said it's been 2-to-1 tiger trout versus browns, but they've been 16 to 23 to 24 inches. And so they've been picking up a lot of nice fish. And then they've been picking some 18 to 20 inch brown trout also down in there with an occasional rainbow and cutthroat. So we've seen a lot more pressure this year on Lower Fish Creek, just I think because of how close it is to the Wasatch Front and people trying to get out with COVID restrictions and wanting to fish. But we've seen and heard a lot of good angling reports this year, especially from our WMA access area. So Huntington Creek, we're working through our project proposal and our permitting right now. Jordan Nilsson with Trout Unlimited, and I think Jordan's on the call today. He's been doing all of our permitting, going through Army Corps of Engineers to get our permitting for our project. It was submitted a couple weeks ago, and we're just waiting to get that all finalized. We've met with the forest. Everything else has seemed to be on par to have our project going and started by mid to late October and get that going. So pretty excited about that. We've had some good angler reports on Huntington Creek this year. I had pictures of an 18 and a 20 inch brown trout just adjacent to one of our project sites caught last weekend. And so that was good to see that we're seeing some nice browns in there. And so adding some pool habitat, some new structures in there will help those fish even better. So Randy, if you could pull those pictures up. Lastly, that I've got, I'd like to talk about is Joe's Valley and our angler access and parking lot project up there. We've been working on this for a couple of years, but mostly all the big project, all the big structures and everything was done this spring. So the picture in front of you is the parking lot. They call it the Fisherman parking lot, which is just north of the boat ramp on the east side of Joe's Valley. Back in May, when we received some funding from Habitat Council, we were able to jump on and install that restroom there in about a week from getting the money and hauled in. That was quite the adventure to get it that quick. But so this parking lot is finished. It's about 5 times as large as it was before. Next picture. From the parking lot, you can see we've created some walking trails down through off the face. Next picture. There's the other one. Down through the cottonwoods down to the sandy beach, and we've had a lot of kayakers and float tubers and use these trails that we grubbed in with the Forest Service, and it's probably now the most popular beach on Joe's Valley with this parking lot and the trails that we put in to let people use hand launch craft to get down to the shoreline right there. One more picture. And this was just last week, and this was on a Thursday. and you can see how many people were up there in the middle of the week on a Thursday using this parking lot and recreating up there. So really cool project. The Forest Service built the parking lot as an in-kind match to the funding for the restroom. And so pretty excited how everything turned out with this portion of the project. Next picture, Andy. Another thing that we've done this year is we've designed and installed new regulation signs for Joe's Valley. And so look at that top sign that says Anglers Special Regulations, and it has the exact regulation for Joe's Valley. And then we've listed all 4 species that you could most likely catch in the reservoir. And at the bottom, it's hard to see, but there is a Blue Ribbon Fisheries logo next to the division logo and the Sport Fish Restoration Act logo there. So we worked with our outreach folks to include the Blue Ribbon logo design at the bottom of their signs with everything else. So pretty proud of these photos or these signs, and our Forest Service folks up there have really enjoyed us trying to go in and clean everything up and trying to have a kind of a uniform sign now for all of our waters on the forest. Next picture. So this is the finished parking lot. This is at the east side boat ramp. It's now double in size. If you look to the left, you see that little piece of concrete in the middle of the asphalt. That's a decontamination lane for when boats come in to be decontaminated for AIS. There's a drain system underneath it, and we collect all the water, and we can pump and clean that oil water separator and that water from the decontamination unit out, and so it doesn't get back into the reservoir. I think we've tripled our parking number lanes there. Everything is painted all the way down. Next picture. We had a site visit up here yesterday. As part of the other project is we've worked with the forest to design some new kiosks for the parking lot. And we just installed these yesterday. And so we have all our regulation signs, our mercury signs. That's 8 foot long, 4 foot tall. Those are metal posts that are 6 inches, powder coated. We have one for all of our division regulation signs, and we have another one that's for all of our AIS information. Go ahead to the next picture, Andy. No, skip ahead and go one more. There you go. Kind of hard to see, but you can see we got them both right next to the restroom. We're trying to centralize all of our information right next to the main parking area in the middle there at the restroom, and also try to keep our signs out of the way for the boat ramp. Before, all the signs were right at the top of the boat ramp, and you couldn't see if another vehicle or angler was coming in, and it was kind of a hazard. So we've cleaned things up and installed those new kiosks right there. And if you can go back to that last picture, go back, Randy, thank you. And then finally, you can kind of see down the ramp there. You see the old boat dock. We are in works to get a new boat dock. The requisition was put out yesterday, and we're contacting companies to see if they'd be interested in fabricating a boat dock for us. Design, Natalie, I stole Natalie's design for Big Sand Wash. Thank you, Natalie. That's going to work out, I think, quite well for us. And so hopefully here by the end of the fall, early winter, we'll have that new boat dock built and installed here on the east side boat ramp. And that's all I have listed here. So if you have any questions.
Cal, this is Bert. I have a question on the angling opportunities there off of the new Fisherman's parking lot with the trails down to the water. You mentioned it's been seeing some good use for both kayakers and also float tubers. How is the fishing in proximity to that beach? Is it pretty good there?
Yes, spring and actually, I fish for cutthroat and splake right off that beach. You have the bay right there, and off to the right is a real rocky point, and you usually can get into a lot of cutthroat and splake during the spring and fall. And of course, June and July, you can get into a lot of tiger muskie right there with the flooded willows. Right now, it's a little tough fishing because everything is deep just because of the heat. But early summer, yeah, definitely good tiger muskie fishing, and spring and fall, really good cutthroat and splake fishing right there.
I also had a follow-up on Lower Fish Creek. I wanted to know if there were citations issued to the access point just below the dam that was posted and a problem earlier this year. Could you give us an update on that?
Sure. We actually haven't heard of very many people accessing down there. We've got a lot of phone calls. I've talked to 24 to 30 anglers this spring, and a lot of them just went down and fished the open portion below the dam, or they've driven all the way into the WMA. But our law enforcement officers haven't had any phone calls from the landowner calling about people trespassing. So either anglers are respecting and not going through and respecting the no trespassing signs, or they just haven't got caught. So but for right now, we haven't heard much pushback or anything this year. In fact, we've actually heard better fishing reports down in the middle section of the river than we have below the dam. So so a lot of anglers who haven't been to that middle section before was quite surprised at how well it fished, and we're actually like that middle section a lot better.
And how about water levels in Schofield Reservoir?
We're about 70% capacity right now. They are letting a lot of water out, but we're still around 72%. So not bad for this time of year. I think we'll probably be in the 50 to 60% range by the time October rolls around and they're done taking water. So better than we have been in the years past.
Okay, thanks. Sounds like Rex, you have a question?
Cal, I was just wondering, when will you be netting it? You put in those wipers, I think they were about 8 inches, is that correct, earlier? And just wondered if you'd see any results back from there, or what's happening with the wipers, because this is kind of a high elevation experiment, right?
That's right. And so we've put 8 inchers this year and also some 2 inchers in there this year. I just sent our gill netting dates to Justin and our regional supervisor to have them view and see if that will work. Usually we're in October when we do that. So I'm trying to see if we can get permission to get the public out there to help us, or if we can invite, members of the Blue Ribbon Council to come out and attend. So once I hear back from them on how, we can proceed, then I can potentially, give out dates and stuff. So I'm letting them decide that. But yes, we're hopeful. We've seen wipers show up in our nets. A couple of years ago, we stocked some 2 inchers, and then that October they were up to 4 to 6 inches. So we knew we were getting good growth. And then last year we had a 22 inch, 6.5 pound wiper netted out of Schofield. So that was quite the catch for us. But we definitely would like to see a lot more, and hopefully maybe this year we'll see that. So. And I should mention, all those wipers we've boated out, and so we were able to spread them all the way around the reservoir, around the island. This last batch of smaller wiper, we boated out, and we're putting them right on top of schools of little tiny fresh chubs that were hatched. So I mean, we were putting the wiper right on feed, right off the bat. So right into the cover also. So I think they should do quite well this summer.
Thank you, Cal. Appreciate it. Those are really nice signs you put up at Joe's Valley. You're to be commended. I think that's a nice design and should be fairly durable.
Yeah, I should give out kudos for our outreach staff, Aubrey, who was on our call a couple months ago. She's been helping design those signs for us. So we've put those up at Schofield and Joe's Valley, and we're looking at 2 other locations to do the exact same. signs like that that are kind of have a unique specialized regulation. So we just trying to put those new fish pictures, the signs with those pictures out, so that anglers maybe be able to tell what they're catching.
Nice.
Regarding those signs, how are the signs secured to the iron mesh?
So that's a design that the Forest Service has used on their kiosk, and they're bolted there, but they have great big washers on the back side. And when you suck it down with an impact gun, those washers kind of bend and clamp to the wire mesh. And so I'm sure if somebody really wanted to sit there and pull on them, they could rip them off, but it wouldn't be anything different than trying to rip one off of a wooden post. So, but they're pretty tight right there. So and
I wondered if the bolts could be spot welded so that the nuts would not come off. You'd have to
it could, yeah, it could be. And if we start seeing vandalism or something like that, we definitely will change tactics and try a different way to attach them to that screen. But right now that seemed to work quite well.
When you make a sign that nice, it might disappear. So, okay, so we've heard about Schofield, and of course, Schofield is on the list to evaluate in 2021. And it sounds like we're still on target for that. And again, I'd remind members of the council, it's not too soon to visit. It's also a great ice fishing destination, so possibly this winter. And I haven't heard anything about Blanding 4 unless I zoned out. So tell us about Blanding 4.
Yeah, we haven't been able to make it down there this year to sample. I think I gave an update last time or sent information to Randy about Blanding number 4 in the city will allow electric motors, but not gas motors. That's not even a gas motor on your boat right now. So, but they have been very supportive of trying to promote that as a fishery, and try to get some more individuals down there to recreate and utilize that fishery. I've had a lot of conversations with some anglers about both Blanding 4 and Recapture Reservoir this summer about the increased use and potential ways to improve angler access and at Recapture and a little bit more stuff at Blanding number 4. So maybe here in the near future we'll see some project proposals if we can get a lot of players involved in the county and the city, and maybe see some new improvements at Recapture Reservoir also, as far as parking and angling access and boat docks and stuff like that. So.
And do you have a feeling for when the water temperatures will come down and the fishing will start heating up any time of the year? I mean, are we talking probably October maybe?
Yeah, October-ish is usually going to be for Blanding number 4. They're higher in elevation, but they're still pretty dang hot up there. So I would say mid-October to late October is a really good time. A friend of mine, he fishes it usually around the first part of November and does quite well. So I've been seeing a lot of posts recently of guys catching pike and bass at a recapture, even in these temps right now, and catching some nice bass. So that's something you could target right now. So the pike fishing is still pretty good down there.
Yeah, I guess early in the day or late in the day, you'd probably do all right.
Yeah.
Any further questions for Cal on the southeastern region?
Yeah, Cal, Ken here. On number 4, do you think they're ever going to give in on allowing a boat on there that's got a gas motor attached, but if they're just using an electric? Because I don't see it becoming a blue ribbon water if you can't put a boat on it that even the gas motor's not working. If it's attached, you can't use it, and that bothers me.
Yeah, they just barely changed their city ordinance to allow electric motors last summer, And so they are in that mindset of open up and having better access. So I think if we have a year or so of this electric motor only, and seeing that anglers are aren't causing issues, and I think we could probably approach them and see how a boat with a gas motor attached but not running might still be acceptable there. So I think in the near future they would be supportive of something like that, or at least be willing to discuss that option. So opening things up a little more for anglers down there.
Thank you.
Yep.
I do wonder if Blending City might, if numbers keep rising in terms of visitorship, whether they may rethink their decision to try to encourage visitation. But any feeling for how well it's being used? Is it being loved to death?
I know recapture is being used a lot this year, a lot more people than previous years. And Blanding, a lot of their economy is tourism. And so this past March, I was invited to come down and speak to a lot of business owners, the city and San Juan County, and in coordination with a lot of the federal land partners and the National Park Service and discuss how projects and what we do as an agency can help their tourism and help their businesses. And so being able to sit down and talk with a lot of the hotel owners, the restaurant owners down there, they wanted to learn more about how can we, provide maybe fishing poles in our hotel. So if somebody wants to buy a 1-day license, they can go run down and go fish Blending number 4, recapture. And so they were all supportive of ways to give more options to the tourists who come through. And so that was from ATV rides to maybe small game hunting for some of them in the fall, and also fishing. So they're very supportive of any ways to help increase their economy down there.
All right, thank you. Any further questions for Cal?
I had one thing I forgot. Some of you may hear about this, but we're trying a new species this year, and we've stocked triploid lake trout into Electric Lake. We haven't stocked very many. It's only about 250, so that's like half a fish per acre. But we feel our kokanee are doing so well in there, and our numbers are quite high, that by adding this, Boyd Lake trout, where we could provide have a predator on those kokanee, which not gonna decimate the population, but keep the numbers low, and maybe provide another type of fish fishing experience there on Electric Lake, especially during the summer for maybe potentially trophy lake trout here in a few ice fishing for some lake trout also while you're there. So that's something that we're hopeful that can take off and see some good returns on these lake trout.
Calvin, how big were the lake trout that you put in?
They were 3 inchers, so they were just fingerling fish, and we put 250 in. So we're purposely keeping the numbers low, because they are such a long-lived fish that, if something they just don't do well, we're not swamping the system with, several thousand to 10,000 these lake trout. So we're keeping them low numbers, seeing how they do and perform, and then we can watch how our kokanee and cutthroat fisheries might change because of them in there.
All right, thank you, Cal. I appreciate that. We'll move on then to the southern region, and I'm not sure if Nick or Dave is going to be presenting, but take it away, southern region.
So I can present for the southern region. So I sent you some slides, Randy, if you wouldn't mind pulling those up.
Yeah, I'm working on it right now. Just loading, Nick.
All right. So a couple things that aren't in the slides, but I thought I should mention. One is that I think I told you we were planning on doing an angler survey at Quail Creek and at Gunlock, but we delayed that because of the whole COVID-19 situation. But we're looking at starting at least one of those, probably Quail Creek, in October. We want to wait till October and see how the reopening of schools goes. We're a little worried if schools start shutting down, we may get a huge influx of anglers down in that area, and that would really throw our numbers off. The whole idea with these angler surveys is to kind of get some baseline data, and then we're going to do a management plan for the 3 reservoirs, Gunlock, Sand Hollow, and Quail. So we need some good pre-data. So we're planning on starting that in October, but we'll see how it goes. Another thing I was going to mention is that Kolob seems to be moving along as we thought it should. We've had a few reports of some decent fishing up there, and it'll probably be better in September. It's just been so hot. Let things cool down a little bit, give the fish a chance to grow a little more. And we'll also do some netting in late September, early October. So after we do that, I can update the council with some more hard, some hard numbers on how the fishery's looking as you decide whether or not to relist it as Blue Ribbon. So yeah, those were a couple kind of side items. A lot of what we've been doing is some monitoring on the Boulder Mountains, and then this week we've done a lot of monitoring on the kokanee at Fish Lake. So they did some kokanee netting Monday night, and then Stan went out and did hydroacoustics last night. I wasn't there for either of them, but I got some pictures and some initial results from Stan on the netting. There's a couple pictures of the kokanee they caught. So talking to Stan, he hasn't had a chance to really go through the data, but his initial impression was there's a lot of nice fish, but maybe the numbers aren't as high as they've been in the past. So we started, I think the first fish were stocked in 2015, and then it took us a couple of years to really figure out the netting. And so it's only since 2018 that we've got some kind of consistent netting that we can compare to. And these numbers for the stocking, I think that was largely based off some stocking of kokanee that was done at Fish Lake back in the 60s, I believe. They stocked them a few years, and the kokanee were able to hang on and be self-sustaining for about 10 to 15 years after that first stocking. We kind of used that, and so our hope is to do some heavy initial stocking, and then hopefully we can back off, and the kokanee will be able to naturally recruit a little bit more. We figure we'll always have to supplement some with stocking, but hopefully we get some natural recruitment as well. So like I said, there's not a whole lot of data here. Stan just basically had the numbers of fish they caught per net the last 3 years. And so in general, you can kind of just see a little bit of a decline in the numbers. We're not reading too much into it yet. We're not too worried yet. And like I mentioned, he thought the fish seemed to be bigger. He hasn't looked a whole lot at sizes, but he said they had a few fish that were in that 20-inch, 3-pound range. So some pretty nice kokanee. So we'll just have to keep monitoring it, see how it goes. It'll help too. We'll be doing our fall lake trout netting again this year. And so that should help give us an idea how much maybe the lake trout are starting to utilize kokanee. And then we've been working with BYU on a diet study. They've done kind of some initial work before we put the kokanee in, and so we're hoping to get some more results later on and see how kokanee are fitting into that whole food web with the lake trout and everything. So if what we're seeing, it's too early to say, but if what we're seeing is kind of a fewer number of kokanee, but some bigger ones that are making it past the lake trout and their gape limitation, that wouldn't be a bad place for us to be, where we'd rather have those lake trout using the kokanee kind of as a forage fish if we're getting some natural recruitment rather than the rainbow trout we're stocking. So So I'll let you guys know when we start having some dates for that lake trout netting. That's usually fun if you're able to go out on that. But yeah, I'll just keep you guys in the loop on Fish Lake. And then they're also planning to start up with all the marina upgrades and all that stuff again this fall. So everything seems to be on track. And I think we had the headaches with Army Corps and permitting last year, and I think we've got all the permits and everything in place, so that should go smoothly. If you'll move to the next slide, Randy. So most of my time the last month and a half or so has been up on the Boulder Mountain netting. So we've done a lot of lakes. We're trying to do almost 2/3 of the lake this year, and we're getting pretty close to that. We've still got a few to go, but overall things are looking good. It can be hit or miss. Some lakes look great. Some lakes have winter killed when we didn't think they would. But overall, things are looking pretty good. We made a lot of different management changes in 2014 when we did that new management plan. And in general, those seem to be working and improving things. We cut back a lot of stocking, and that seems to have bumped up size where we wanted size to increase. So overall, it's looking good. One thing it has highlighted is we netted a lot of lakes up on the Boulder top. So it's high up there. You're pushing 11,000 feet at a lot of the lakes. And it's really highlighted that we have winter kill issues up there. And there's a lot of fisheries where we have a lot of potential if we can get fish through at least 2 winters. There's at least a half dozen more lakes in addition to the ones where we already have aerators that could benefit. So hopefully within the next year or two, we feel like we can get those aerators dialed into where we're not worried about them. We know we can install them and have them function. Right now, every lake we've had an aerator that is run 24/7 through the winter. We've not lost fish. So that's encouraging. If we can go to a couple more years and show that running them 24/7 isn't going to be a problem, then I think we'll be in a good spot to try and purchase some more. Another interesting thing that's happened is we've started losing some fish in some of those lakes this summer, which is pretty rare. Like I mentioned, they're really high elevation, so you don't think of summer problems really up there, but it's just been so dry that a couple of the lakes we've had some fish kills this summer. And so I just this week put in a data logger in one of those lakes to see if we can dial in exactly on where the temperature and oxygen is and what might be causing that. But an encouraging sign is the lake where we've had the biggest problems this summer is right next to Dead Lake, which has an aerator in it. And Dead Lake is shallower, and if this other lake's having winter kill, Dead Lake would too, but we're not seeing it there. And so we're figuring that's because of the aerators. But we bought them for overwintering fish, but it looks like maybe it will help during summer as well when we get these really dry summers without any monsoon storms. You can go next picture, Randy. This is just another picture of some of the netting we've done. There's been about 3 or 4 lakes where we've really seen nice fish, 3 to 4 pound brook and tiger trout. And anyway, if you want to come down and fish the Boulder late August, September, early October, it's a great time. And where we've done so much netting, we can point you in a pretty good direction on where to find good fishing. I do want to thank Rex for coming out and helping on some netting with us. So I think that's pretty much all I had for our region, and I can answer any questions anybody has.
What do those fish feed on in the Boulder Mountains?
Mostly they're eating scuds. We have really productive lakes and just tons and tons of those invertebrates. This week, we netted a lake that had several 4-pound tiger trout, and we cut open the stomachs, and that's all it was full of, was just freshwater scuds. We do have a couple lakes with splake in them, and those will, when they get real big, will convert to fish, but mostly it's those freshwater scuds that they're eating.
Nick put, oh, sorry. For the October Mackinac lake trout down at Fish Lake, 2 years ago, we stayed in the cabin, but there wasn't any way to stay 6 feet apart in the cabin. I just wondered kind of what you had in mind for this year. Do we need to try to rent a cabin there at the lodge or someplace? And then after we'd gone up on the boulder, I noticed we still have a lot of rocks outside the marina, but not a lot of rocks extending the marina. Just wondered what was happening there.
Yeah, so with the marina, that all that rock should be placed and the marina should be extended this fall. I'll double check with Stan, but every time I've talked to him, he's not worried about it this year, where they have all the permits and the contract in place. All the work should happen this fall. And then you bring up a good point about staying in the cabin that I hadn't even thought about. So I'll have to talk. Stan's kind of over all Fish Lake stuff, so I'll have to talk to him and see how he's planning on handling that cabin situation. We've kind of avoided staying in cabins and done more camping, but yeah, at Fish Lake we end up stopping that gill netting at night, and it's often 2 in the morning, so we'll have to figure out some options there. So I'll talk to Stan and let you guys know next meeting.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it. By the way, if you've gone out with Nick on the boulder, there's an absolutely gorgeous sunrise that takes place when you're up there at 11,000 feet.
Hey, Nick, I have a question about Fish Lake. I was curious what's happened to the plans for the fishing pier. Can you give us an update and let us know what's next?
It's been too long since I talked to Stan. Let me make a note to talk to him. The last I talked to him, they have the engineering done, and I think he's more in trying to figure out potential funding and exactly how that's going to look. I know there's been a few kind of big private donors that have talked about helping out, and so I'll talk to him and find out for certain, but I think he's trying to figure out where he's at with private donations, and then he can do the WRI project and come to you guys and Habitat Council and have a better idea of what he needs exactly from you guys.
Right, because that was a big part of the Focus Water approach, was not just the marina restoration, but also the fishing pier to get out past the milfoil line. So seems like, engineering should be done by now, and I presume design work is largely done, so it really probably is funding then. That's what you think?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of figuring out the money at this point, because it's gonna be a really expensive project. But if you've been up at Fish Lake during the summer and seen Twin Creeks, the one area without milfoil preventing fishing, it's just wall-to-wall people, and if we can get it in, that fishing pier will be really heavily used.
And speaking of Twin Creeks, I guess we'll be watching closely to see when the kokanee run this fall, and whether or not we can actually have a wildlife viewing opportunity, right?
Yeah, so they were a little late last year, so hopefully we'll get some, with the way the stockings worked out, I think we should have more of those early runs in the coming years. So yeah, hopefully we get them this fall.
All right, thank you. Any further questions for Nick or Dave? Dave, have you been out fishing at all?
Yes, I have. Sand Hollow, actually, bird bass fishing did quite well. Was there a couple weeks ago early in the morning, and we caught quite a few bass.
I had to ask because I've seen your pictures, so I knew somebody was sampling the region. All right, any further questions for the Southern region? Well, it looks like we're reaching the end of regional reports a little bit early, and that's all right. We can break for lunch. Unless, Randy, do you have anything you want to talk about? Actually, maybe one thing that we could do, and Randy, I'm not sure if it's convenient for you, but do you want to pull up the roster of members, or do we not want to do that because there's phone numbers on it? I'm not sure what you want to do. My point being, I wanted an update on, there's phone numbers and addresses, or email addresses and physical addresses. Maybe you can crop that out. But I wanted to see where we are with respect to new members. I was able to find it by searching our email with roster. I had hoped to launch this before the meeting, but I couldn't quite find it. Now I've found it, and if you can find it, maybe you can show us where we are.
Yeah, and I've got it coming up here. I've cropped out contact information, left it really kind of simple, just name and region, or whatever somebody's position is. Let me get my computer working here.
While he's doing that, just looking at the spreadsheet, it looks like there have been some approvals. So I guess we're going to be welcoming new members here. And there we go.
Yeah, it's up. But what I can tell you is I don't know where we stand on some of these. I've kind of put people in somewhat speculatively, but Mike Fisher, Brian Anderson, Jordan Nielsen, Russ Lawrence, you guys, all of your names have been submitted to the governor's office. I don't know if they've actually approved those or not, but I've never heard of them not approving anybody either. It's just sometimes they take a little bit of time. So that's kind of where we stand right now. So everything should be all good with the governor. We've got everything submitted right now, and hopefully that gives us a full membership roster again.
Can you zoom in for us, please? That's really hard to see on my screen.
Yes, I could totally do that. That help?
Yeah, that's better. So I guess the version that I saw that had additional columns had original appointment date, and I thought that corresponded to approval. So we haven't gotten feedback. Do you normally get after the governor's office that reviews these applications to try to get their thumbs up?
I think I probably need to get after them. They're sometimes inconsistent. I think the lady who does it has some health issues, and I think sometimes she's on it, sometimes she's not so on it. So I'll double check with her to see where we stand. I know definitely last time when I submitted all the names, she responded back and said, we'll get on it, but I haven't heard anything from her now in 6 weeks or something like that.
And I guess some members or some new members have received communication from the governor's office basically acknowledging that they've been approved. And I never received that, but I know at least a few folks that have joined since have received it. While you have this up, I'm reminded George Weekly had written me ahead of time, Randy and me ahead of time, expressing his regrets. He's attending a meeting right now to discuss increased flows or different flow regime for Flaming Gorge Dam. It was in the news, I think on the radio, at least yesterday. With this heat we're having, there's been increased demand for electricity for air conditioning late in the day. So Flaming Gorge is going to provide some of that electricity through hydropower, and that will alter the flows. I know that on the radio they were saying, if you're fishing below Flaming Gorge Dam, beware because the water level can come up unexpectedly in the afternoon. So I know that they're trying to sort out new flow regimes. Of course, we're talking about the Blue Ribbon Fishery, Utah's Green River through Flaming Gorge and Red Canyon. Any further comments or questions before we break for lunch?
Can I just throw out a suggestion, Bert?
Yes.
I've got actually a whole slew of things I wanted to present, and given it's 11:45, I was just going to throw out the suggestion maybe I could tackle one or two things and that would break up my block a little bit, so you guys don't have to hear me for like an hour and a half straight after lunch.
Well, we'd all be happy about that, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just take some of the low-hanging fruit that I've got. I've got one presentation that's fairly long, but I think it'll be of interest because it's our fishing regulation changes and what we're proposing for the upcoming guidebook. So I wanted to kind of tip you guys what we're going to propose here starting in September. But I won't do that one now because that's my long one, and I know lunch is getting close. There's a couple things I think I could tackle real fast. These aren't on the agenda. These are kind of a little bit different things. The first one I just want to make everyone aware of, and I mean, I'm stealing this presentation from another presentation I did, so there might be some irrelevant things here to Blue Ribbon, but we're going to launch a tag fish program this fall. I just wanted to make you guys aware of kind of where we're going with this. So the reason we're looking at launching a tag fishing program, and I'll explain this a little bit more as I get going on, you know, kind of what this program is and how it's going to work. But when we monitor our fisheries in the state, we utilize a wide variety of methods. A lot of what you hear about in our regional reports are kind of electrofishing or gill netting surveys that our managers do or our biologists do. We also use krill surveys. And one nice thing about krill surveys is they probably provide us the best indication of the quality of an angler's experience. And that's because we're actually going out and we're interviewing anglers and we're able to look at what they actually are catching. In a perfect world, we'd probably do a lot more krill surveys than we actually do, but the reality of them is they're really expensive and really labor intensive. And as a result, we do a lot less krill surveys than I think we'd probably like to as biologists. Some of the other monitoring methods that we do, kind of like these gill net surveys, provide us really kind of a lower cost surrogate to a krill survey in a lot of ways. They don't directly assess angler experience. So this is more just the fish are out there, but it doesn't tell us if anglers are catching those fish or not. Now, I will point out, I don't want to discount these gill net surveys, electrofishing surveys, other surveys we do, because they actually provide us a lot of really useful supplemental data. For instance, Natalie was showing how the Northeast region of starvation reservoir, they're using some of these surveys to look at forage fish. These are fish that are just too small for anglers to actually catch. So they never show up in a krill survey, but they provide her some great data on what's going on in starvation. So I don't want to discount these, but I'm just saying that, you know, krill surveys provide us really good information on how anglers are doing per se. So because of the cost of a krill survey and the amount of time it takes to do a krill survey, we're looking at other methods that can provide us really some kind of data on how our anglers are doing when they go fishing. So we're looking at two alternatives. The first is this tag fish program, and the other one is on our new Fish Utah webpage. There's a rating feature where anglers can provide a little bit of feedback on just how they're doing when they go fishing. And I'll kind of talk a little bit about both of these. So for this tag fish program, this is something we're going to start this fall. And really what our plan is we're going to select a subset of waters in the state where we want to run this tag fish program. And then what we're going to do in these waters is we're going to take 10% of the fish that we stock and we're going to put a tag on those fish. These are going to be those kind of floy tags. They show up, they're highly visible, so they show up right on the dorsal fin of the fish. So an angler is going to see these really easily when they catch these fish. When we look at this 10%, if you break that down a little bit more, they're going to have the tags in them. 9% aren't going to have any cash reward associated with them. And the other 1% are actually going to have a $40 reward associated with those fish. What we're asking anglers to do if they catch one of these fish is they're going to remove the tag from the fish, and then on that tag there's a web page. They could go to that web page and then they could enter some information like the tag number, their contact information. They could also enter some information on just the size of fish they caught, what they thought of the fish, their day, that kind of thing out there fishing. What that allows us to actually do is we could take that data, we could calculate exploitation rates, which gives us an idea of what percentage of our stock fish are being caught by our anglers. Mean residence time, which really tells us just how long a fish that's stocked, how long it's staying out there before an angler catches it. Then we can also ask them just satisfaction questions, you know, whether or not anglers are happy with the fish they caught, happy at fishing at that lake, that kind of thing. So what we can use this data for is it helps us determine whether our stocking is actually worth our time or money. It also helps us determine whether we need to adjust our stocking on our water bodies, and also helps us determine how satisfied our anglers are. And one thing I want to point out is this program is relatively inexpensive. We think it's going to cost us less than 10% of what a krill survey costs, and that includes us throwing in the reward payment. So this is a pretty cost-effective program. One thing I do want to point out is we're not inventing this. This is something actually Idaho invented about 15 years ago, and they've been using it widely in their state. And they've got really good reviews from their biologists in terms of the data they get from this program. So we're in a lot of ways copying what Idaho did. The other way we could get some data is, again, the ratings I talked about on the Fish Utah webpage. This is that new webpage we launched about a year ago. It shows you really all the water bodies in the state, and you're able to click and get information on those waters. There's also a rating feature on there, which allows anglers to, or allows us to really ask the same questions that we would ask on a krill survey and get that information from the anglers. This one is nice for us because it's free and it doesn't take any time investment. So this allows us to really implement this really widely across the state. We think we could use this data to gauge angler satisfaction and, again, adjust our stocking rates according to the reviews that we're getting from the public online. One thing we definitely do acknowledge is there's some potential reporting bias when using this data. Sometimes anglers forget what they catch, for example, and don't report their information. And there's also some reluctance to report the data. So there are some limitations, but again, given that this is free and doesn't take us any time, it really could be a potential gold mine in terms of data for us within the division to get some of this angler satisfaction information. So what I want to do is I just want to quickly tell you what our plans are this fall. So we're actually going to do a study this fall to assess how the data that we collect from a tagged fish program and from this Fish Utah webpage compare to just a traditional krill survey. So we're going to basically put together a study this fall. The study is designed like a study. We intend on publishing our findings in a fisheries journal. So that means we've put a lot of thought into how we lay this out, how we're going to perform this study. But this is designed as a replicated controlled experiment. And what we're trying to do is control as many extraneous variables as possible. So what we've done is we've selected 5 community fisheries in northern Utah, and I'm not going to tell you which fisheries these are, but we've selected 5 in the northern part of the state. What we're going to do is do a simultaneous krill survey, tagged fish study, and also this Fish Utah just ratings effort where we're going to try to drum up just additional ratings on the Fish Utah webpage on these waters. And then what we're going to do is we're going to compare the findings with the krill survey. So the krill survey is going to serve as our control. So we want to see how this tagged fish effort and the Fish Utah data stack up to the krill survey in terms of the quality of the data that we get. And then again, what we want to do is see if we can maybe use the data from the tagged fish program, the Fish Utah data, to really use it in place of traditional krill surveys, at least in some circumstances. And it's probably pretty likely that we're going to increase our use of this tagged fish effort and the Fish Utah effort down the road. So I just wanted to make you guys aware of kind of where we're going. I think you'll probably in the next few weeks see some additional press come out from us on Facebook, and I think there's going to be a press release put together just kind of announcing this program, this tagged fish program. But I just wanted to make everyone in Blue Ribbon sort of aware of where we're going with this and make you aware that this is coming out here in the next month or so. And I'm happy to take any questions if you guys have on that program.
So Randy, it sort of sounded like you were going to proceed on a trial basis with those select water bodies and then see how that works out. Is that correct? And when will we have a report on that? Is it going to be a year or 2?
What we're hoping is we're just running this for 2 months this fall. So I'm actually really hoping maybe December-ish we'll have some data back and we could start making those comparisons that we talked about to see if this really ends up being comparable to a krill survey.
No, that's nice. That's pretty quick, but that would be great.
And, you know, we're copying what Idaho did. So we know from Idaho this does work pretty well. So I'd imagine that, you know, we probably will roll this out and have good results, but nobody's ever compared it directly to a krill survey. So, you know, it's just something we want to do before we do this more widespread. Okay.
And Idaho's use of this was pre-pandemic, I presume?
It was pre-pandemic, so they've been using this for 15 years or so. And they've done it for things to gauge harvest regulations, for example, in some of their warm water fish. And they're using it a lot with their stocking information right now with trout. What they're finding out is they have waters where they've been stocking trout for years and years, and anglers catch trout, but they're finding that they're not the stock fish that anglers are catching. They're actually catching naturally reproduced fish. And more or less what's happening is they're just wasting their time and money putting stock fish into some water. So it allows them to divert their stocking into other places. So it's been nice for them on that front. They've also figured out waters where they maybe need to bump up their stocking a little bit or maybe even reduce their stocking. So it's provided them some great data, and it's really helped them, I think, tailor their management of their fisheries and particularly their stocking to make things better for anglers.
All right, thank you. Any further questions for Randy on these plans? All right.
One
Go
more
ahead.
quick update. This one will take literally 30 seconds, I think, and then we can break for lunch. But at least I
All right.
knock one more thing off my to-do list. Cutthroat Slam, just an update. We got our 600th completion last week, I think. Now I think we're maybe like 610 or something in completions or somewhere in that neighborhood. The one thing I do want to say is, we talk about COVID and what this has done to our waters. We've got some nice data coming from the Cutthroat Slam program on the effect of, COVID's having on some of our water body use. What we're seeing Cutthroat Slam program is right now we're on pace to set a record number of completions this year. And really our completions are up about 40% this year over the same time of last year. So we're seeing numbers way up in that program.
As I recall from the press release, was it $50,000 raised for conservation out of the Cutthroat Slam program?
That's right. Yeah, I think we just crossed the $50,000 mark.
Which is remarkable. That's another benefit of the program. And it's cool to know that there's increased involvement and completion now. So that's good. Excellent. All right, well, I think we might as well break for lunch. It's a couple minutes of noon here. We're scheduled to reconvene at 1 p.m. So that's it for the morning session. Thank you, everyone. And we'll see you back here at 1 p.m. Have a good lunch.
Same call-in data, Randy?
I would think so. I was going to ask Mike Christensen, are you okay with us all getting off and this staying open for an hour and us getting back on?
Yep, that should be fine. You can either keep your meeting up and running or you can jump off.
Okay. I think that gets your question. So you guys are welcome to jump off and just get back on right before 1 o'clock.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Department of Natural Resources system check. We are in a lunch break. Testing 1, 2. Time is 12:52.
We're on.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Utah Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council meeting, August 20th, 2020, reconvening on Google Meet. We left off before lunch with Randy providing an update, and I know he's got a lot more to tell us today about regulation changes as well as the inventory that we started of, or he started of all of our blue ribbon fisheries, including those that were blue ribbon in the past, which we may want to revisit in the future. So Randy, you ready to go? Take it away when you're ready. There you
Yeah,
go.
I need to unmute myself here. Yeah, I'm ready to go. So I'll share my screen. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show the same spreadsheet I showed last month with all our blue ribbon waters on it. So we kind of went through a little bit the spreadsheet, and I kind of told you how I sort of tried my best to compile the history of these waters. So, you know, the year that they were classified blue ribbon, and then any additional actions, you know, for example, waters being delisted and then relisted again. And also I've got further off to the side scores and some other things on these waters. So I'm trying to use this as sort of a repository on the history of our blue ribbon fisheries in the state. I've got on here things like waters that are blue ribbon, waters that are potential waters. And I've got some other ones that maybe were formerly potential, but they're no longer potential. Put one down here for you, and we could talk about that more in a minute. I'm not going to go through all this right now, but what I want to focus it on is in the past month since I first put this spreadsheet up to you guys, I've taken it to the regions, and I've begun asking the regions, you know, for their input on it, because they have maybe a little better chronicle of the history of some of these waters. So what I want to do is I just want to kind of run through the changes that have come up over the last month or so, and just kind of keep you guys in the loop. And hopefully in the next month we can get this really kind of finalized. So the first one I'm just going to talk about, there were some various errors that the regions caught, like me assigning waters to the wrong region. I know, for example, the original, I put a big sand wash in the central region. It's actually the northeast region. So I fixed a bunch of just little errors kind of like that in there.
Randy, can you zoom in a little bit, please? Just a little bit more.
Yeah, let me find the easiest way to do that here.
There's a percentage box. Okay, that's fine. Great. That's perfect.
There usually is a percentage box, but I don't see the percentage box. So I think it disappeared or something on mine for some reason. Okay, so the next couple, these are very similar in terms of what's going on with them in the northern region. Blacksmith Fork and South Fork Ogden River. I think I had them formally listed as blue ribbon fisheries. The region thinks that they lost blue ribbon status at some point. I don't know the year and rationale behind that. So that's something that I think between the northern region and myself, we need to track that history down a little bit more. But, you know, I've incorrectly classified these as blue ribbon, at least according to the northern region record. So that's one thing I'll try to work on here the next month. One sort of discussion item, and maybe this is a down the road thing, but just make you aware of it, the restored section of the Ogden River, so running through Ogden City itself. The region, right now it's listed as a blue ribbon fishery. The region isn't really sure if that qualifies as a blue ribbon fishery. It's full of small browns and stocked rainbows. It doesn't really quite rise to the fishing standard that we normally expect for a blue ribbon fishery. So there might be a push to downgrade that at some point down in the future. Deer Creek Reservoir. This is just something I need to straighten out with the central region. But when quagga mussels were first identified, again, that was a false identification, but identified within Deer Creek, it lost its blue ribbon status. And then when we realized quagga weren't there after, I forgot how many, so many 2 or 3 years of testing, it was restored to blue ribbon status. That happened without really consulting the region. So I think we just need to make sure that we're good with Deer Creek being a blue ribbon fishery moving forward. Next one is Yuba Reservoir. We removed that from the potential list at the request of the central region. That's just because the region itself doesn't feel like it's anywhere close to being a blue ribbon fishery. That's just because of recent, particularly water level fluctuations there. Upper Provo River, central region thinks it could be a potential fishery. So I think at some point in time, we need to have a discussion on whether or not maybe it warrants being listed as potential. This one's pretty simple. Cottonwood Creek in the southeastern region. It's actually named Straight Canyon Creek, so I renamed it. Then we had Huntington Creek, left fork Huntington Creek, right fork of Huntington Creek. Those, I think I had incorrectly, or at least some of those listed as blue ribbon fisheries, but they're really potential. And they've been potential since 2012 because of the Sealy fire. Huntington North Reservoir, we removed that from the potential list at the request of the southeastern region. And then finally, the Price River was renamed Lower Fish Creek. Are there any questions with any of that? And I think probably what we'll want to do is maybe some of these are sort of action items, you know, things like should we add Upper Provo to the potential list? What I'm going to propose is maybe we could compile our thoughts a little bit and maybe at the next meeting discuss some of these a little bit more and give people some heads up and some time to maybe think about their experience on some of these waters before we have a discussion.
Yeah, Randy, I would suggest we send this spreadsheet around to members of the council. You know, let them give it some thought. I'd also like to know a little bit more about access points on some of those waters in particular. It did seem like at least the right fork of Huntington Creek, at least the upper reach, was not affected by the fire. I know there's been some confusion as to which fork was to be delisted. I know, and for a time, in fact, they were closed to visitation and then camping, but now everything's open again. Cal might have some comments there, but I basically would like to have that discussion as to what we'd like to do about these waters. So I think maybe sending that around is a good idea. Any other thoughts from the regions or you, Randy?
Well, what I was going to propose real fast, Birds, maybe what I could do is send out the spreadsheet after this meeting and then maybe consolidate some of those note stuff I showed to sort of an action item list. It could be things we talk about the next meeting. You know, for example, do we consider putting up the Upper Provo on the potential list, for example?
Right, and I'd like some more clarity regarding what sections we're talking about, because for example, the Lower Fish Creek versus Price River renaming, that's a little confusing. As I see it, the Price River forms from the confluence of Lower Fish Creek and I believe it's the White River, and then through the canyon there, Route 6 is Price River. Cal, do you have any comments?
That's correct. The Lower Fish Creek starts at the dam at Schofield down to the confluence of White River. And at that confluence, that's Price River down. But in Blue Ribbon listing and in some of the angling reports and stuff, they call that entire stretch Price River. But in our stocking, our water ID numbers and stuff, that is Lower Fish Creek. And so we're trying to be more consistent with what's our internal classification. And that's the same thing with Straight Canyon and Cottonwood Creek. Cottonwood Creek comes into Straight Canyon at the mouth of the canyon. So we're just trying to be consistent now through all of our stocking requests. It's on the Fish Utah app and what it's listed as even in the guidebooks. We've renamed everything in the guidebooks also to Lower Fish Creek and Price River, two separate sections of river.
And I guess the forks of Huntington is fairly clear, but there was some confusion as to what was delisted, I think, but perhaps the entire drainage was delisted after the Sealy.
So yes and no. So in the original discussions and the notes that I have, the right fork, which only about half of the right fork was impacted by the fire and the floods, that was completely removed from all Blue Ribbon consideration. Left fork was moved to potential, and Huntington Creek, so the main stem from Forks of Huntington down to the mouth of the canyon, was left unchanged as Blue Ribbon. And through the last few years, we've tried to just move everything to potential to make it more consistent for the entire drainage. But so yeah, there was a lot of confusion in the early years on how everything changed. So, but right now, yes, we consider all three sections as potential.
All right, thank you. And then, for example, the Ogden River, South Fork, for example, or even Blacksmith Fork, I'm curious about access. I think South Fork's pretty good access. Blacksmith Fork, I don't think has particularly good access through the lower part of the canyon. But once you get into national forest, I guess that's probably above Hardware Ranch. So it'd be nice to have some more input from the regions. I don't know if Clint wants to talk about that at the moment.
I could say I'm pretty familiar with Blacksmith Fork. The Forest Service boundary is really at the bottom of the canyon, so you don't have to go very far up before you start getting some access there.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Well, I think we should absolutely.
Clint.
Does Clint have anything to say? I'm not sure if he's.
Sorry, I didn't hit my mute button. Yeah, like Randy said, if you get above Hardware, it's all private above Hardware on the Blacksmith. The South Fork of Ogden actually, within the last couple of years, been a lot of no trespassing signs that have come up and been placed. Other than around the campgrounds, about everything else is being posted as no trespassing. It seems like the last couple of years, and from what I've been able to find on plat maps and web data, it's all private property that's being posted. It's not public that's being posted illegally or anything. So there's still some places you can fish, but those are like around Bots and Magpie Campground and, you know, some of those other little campgrounds up to even Memorial Park right below the dam. But everything else seems to be privately held and being posted pretty heavily within the last couple of years.
And no parcels and walk-in access on either of those?
No, not on either one. My talking with Rachel within the last couple of weeks or so, it sounds like if she does not enroll a landowner, she can petition to use that money to enroll somebody else, but otherwise they're not adding any new contracts unless somebody else drops out.
I would guess we, as a council, don't need to evaluate waters where there's no public access. But that goes without saying. All right, Randy, did you want to move on?
Yeah, we could go ahead and move on. I'll go ahead and share again. So one thing we've talked about is a water reevaluation plan. What I did, and I haven't shared this with anybody yet, so this is open for total discussion, is I've come up with sort of a straw dog plan, which I don't really intend at all to be the final plan. We're definitely going to discuss this, but just kind of show you what I'm thinking for just reevaluation of our blue ribbon fisheries. So I put on here the objective is to describe a plan for reevaluating our existing blue ribbon fisheries to determine whether blue ribbon status continues to be warranted. I think eventually this is something we would incorporate into our blue ribbon handbook, but like I said, right now this is really just a straw dog version, so this is really just bullets more or less than anything. What I was thinking is we would attempt to reevaluate all waters that are designated blue ribbon sometime before 2015 and try to get that done sometime before 2025. And I've got a schedule for doing that down below, which I'll get into. And then the schedule for water reevaluations beginning in 2026 would be based on the last digit of the year that the water was designated blue ribbon. So for example, if the water was designated 2006 and 2016, it'd be reevaluated in 2026 because the last digits are all sixes. Waters designated in 2007 and 2017 would be reevaluated in 2027, etc. The process that I was at least considering for this was to start off at our January meeting, which is our water nomination meeting, just asking the division, excuse me, whether a water should retain blue ribbon status or not. And if the DWR recommends removal, then that water is removed. Then on the waters where the division proposes that we keep blue ribbon status, what I was proposing is basically an up-down vote among blue ribbon members to determine whether a reevaluation is warranted. And what I was thinking here is the vote options would basically be keep it as blue ribbon, or we're just not sure if it continues to be a blue ribbon fishery or not. And that again be a January meeting item. Then in the waters where the majority of blue ribbon members are not sure whether the water continues to be blue ribbon, then those waters would be further evaluated. My thought is we would have at least one member from Blue Ribbon who has visited the water in the last 2 years help with the reevaluation process. So we, for new waters, we're considering for Blue Ribbon status, we've got a criteria, a number of member visits. The same thing would apply here, but I'm just setting it at one, I think, for this purpose. We would ask the division to provide just sampling data for those waters that are being reevaluated sometime in the October timeframe, so probably for the October meeting. And then finally, based on the site visit from the members, the DWR data, we perform an up-down vote on retaining the blue ribbon status of the water with the idea that majority wins. And then what I was going to throw out is the idea of maybe weighing the vote a little bit towards members who actually fished the water in the last couple of years and maybe giving them 50% weight, just so it's being driven largely by the people who have visited the water. And then I put together a schedule. This isn't too relevant right now, but it kind of shows the process where through 2025, there's a list of 6 or 7 waters each year that would reevaluate. These are, again, waters that were initially designated blue ribbon sometime before 2015. And then again, the process would be for each one, the division would recommend whether it should be blue ribbon or not. And then we would have a vote on whether we're going to reevaluate that water. And if we vote that we don't need to reevaluate the water, then we won't reevaluate it. If we vote that we need to maybe consider a little bit more deeply, then the reevaluation would happen. So that's kind of what I've got there. Again, that's just a real rough version. I'm definitely open for any thoughts or discussion that anybody has on this before we move forward a little bit more, maybe move towards finalizing and coming up with a more kind of thought out and written version of this.
I guess first impressions, Randy, leaving the question as to whether to reevaluate down to one member of the council seems a bit problematic. I would think maybe a tribunal, 3 people might be able to, but it's worth having that discussion at a later date. And just to be clear with respect to the calendar, as you've set it up, you're saying the year date, the last digit, the 6 or the 7 or the 8 or the 9, that's the year the water was first designated blue ribbon. So that's the rotation basis.
That's what I was thinking for this, yeah.
Okay.
And we could discuss some of these things like number of members for visits and that kind of thing down the road. I just kind of wanted to throw out maybe a framework that we could follow, and then we could kind of work this out a little bit and talk about numbers and things like that a little bit more down the road.
Well, generally, I think it's great to have a plan and to have a rotating schedule like that. Once every 10 years seems reasonable, unless the division has reason to question or remove a water.
And I think we would still move it forward, remove waters for reasons like we've done in the past, like the reservoirs being drained or there's a fire or something like that. So we're not excluding those kinds of removals. We're just talking about, I don't know what to call them, persistent fisheries where nothing obvious has happened to that fishery. We're just looking at those at a 10-year cycle to see if they continue to warrant blue ribbon status or not.
Right. Are there any other comments from members of the council?
Randy, it looked to me like you kind of incorporated some of the things that we talked about last November and then in January and February again. And I think this is kind of a neat, kind of a backbone to start from. Personally, I agree with Bert that I kind of like to see it more than one person. I think we need that, but it looks to me like you pulled together some of the pieces that we spent a lot of hours on trying to get to and got it into kind of a summary place that is a good place to start from. So thank you.
Yeah. And what I don't know about is, I like the idea of having more members visit, but, thinking about workload and things like that. But what I don't know, and maybe we could talk about this at a future meeting when we dive into this a little bit more, is just how many of those waters we really want to reevaluate or not. I showed that list of, like 6 or 7 per year we would consider. I don't know, we might keep 5 or 6 of those waters as blue ribbon without doing any formal reevaluation. In that case, it might not be much work, but if we're going to reevaluate, say, all 6 or 7 of them, that becomes more work, particularly when we need to round up people from site visits.
It just occurred to me, you talked about the potential of tapping into angler evaluations on the interactive map. There may be a way to factor that in as well. We get a clear idea of public perception based on scores on the interactive fishing map. So that's another possibility for deciding which waters may or may not need to be reevaluated. Any further comments from the council?
I was just going to say that's a great idea, Bert. I'll add something to that effect in there.
All right.
Hey, Bert, oh, go ahead, Russ.
I was going to say, I like that idea too, because the public seems to be more than willing to give the division a lot of feedback. You know what I mean? So if you follow it pretty closely. So I think it's a great idea to kind of factor some of that in a little bit. It's not always true, obviously, but because people are more than happy to criticize the division, but when it's not warranted even. So anyway, well, you have to use some caution.
Plus, it's already there. You know, it's a ready source of public perception. So, Clint, what were you going to say?
Well, I think Randy hit on parts of it, but coming from the biologist side of things, you know, having 4 or 5 of those, you know, that may come on next year, right? Like I saw that Pineview was there. I don't think there's any question that the muskies are doing exactly what we want them to do. You know, you have a big perch fishery, a good, you know, crappie fishery there, and the tigers are growing. I don't see any reason to change the listing for blue ribbon there. But if I had, you know, 3 or 4 waters South Fork of the Ogden and Blacksmith and some of the, you know, even the restoration reach in Ogden, some of those might be a little tough to get all the sampling and all the data collected for in a year, if they all came up at the same time. So I think biological side of things, if we had, you know, if you want to agree as a council that what Randy has put together as far as the list and how they kind of come out, you know, the sooner we get that, the better. We're going to be in our work plan meetings in January, February anyways. We'll be finalizing some of that stuff. So we could get some of that stuff into our work plan, but trying to do 3 or 4 or 5 of those may be a little tough to get everything taken care of from a biology thing.
I think that's a great point, Clint. Maybe another way we could go about this is instead of having an annual vote on those waters, maybe we take all those waters at one time and blue ribbon votes, so we keep those in blue ribbon as we see things right now, or if these waters might warrant reevaluation. That way we're giving you guys, you know, like 4 or 5 years to set your plans, and then maybe we can even make that schedule that I presented earlier kind of flexible, so we can balance things among the regions, for example, so you don't have to do like 5 waters one year and no waters the next year. You can make this, you know, a water a year or something like that.
Any other comments from regional biologists? This is helpful. And maybe you saw some waters up there that you think should be reevaluated. All right, seeing none. Randy, your next topic, is it proposed fishing regulation changes?
It is proposed fishing regulation changes. So I'm going to spend a little time on this because there's I don't know, 20 or so regulation changes that we're going to propose. This is for our Racket Wildlife Board tour cycle that actually starts, I think, September 1st or maybe September 2nd, but it's right at the beginning of September that we start doing this. Because of COVID, we're doing things a little bit differently. It's really an online thing. So actually on Monday, I got to record a presentation, and that presentation gets posted online, and then the Racks and Wildlife Board and the public can watch the presentation and see all the proposals and then provide some comments. And then there's an online meeting where I don't make a presentation, but instead we discuss the presentation, the comments and questions that people have. What I'm going to do is I have my presentation because I have to have it ready at like 8 a.m. Monday so I can record it. So I'm going to run through it and give you guys a chance to see what's coming down the pipeline. I just kind of wanted to let you guys know what we're thinking before it hits the public here in 3 or 4 or 5 days, whatever. I think probably some of you know this. When I start presenting, I can't see you guys, and just interrupt me if you have any questions. That's the only way I'm going to know that somebody's got something to say. So I'll go ahead and present what I've got here. There we go. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let me know
Randy?
if it gets... Yeah.
Randy, one of the things that we talked about on the outreach was that we were going to have a photo contest and maybe have a blue ribbon fisheries picture on the front. Do you know if that got, as long as at some point we're going to change the regulations, do you know if that got at least the ball rolling?
Yes, it did, Rex. So I could tell you I had a meeting with outreach earlier this week, the things that Outreach is planning is, yes, they are going to do the photo contest. So whatever the cover is of the next fishing guidebook is going to be a blue ribbon fishery, generated from this photo contest. Hearing from Crystal, I don't think she's going to announce the photo contest for another month or maybe even close to 2 months. So it's not going to happen immediately, but sometime in the next month or two, you're going to see this photo contest come out to come up with our cover photo, but it's going to be blue ribbon related. And then there's going to be some text they're going to insert in the guidebook explaining that this came from a photo contest. This highlights a blue ribbon fishery, and they're going to provide some information on that fishery or the photo or something like that for some background context. Another thing that's going to happen in the next guidebook is I just wrapped up kind of a one-page article about blue ribbon that's going to go into the guidebook. And then the last thing they're going to do, we talked about, is put logos next to waters when we mentioned in the special regulation section, just to somehow draw people's attention that they're a blue ribbon fishery. So those are the kind of blue ribbon related changes you're going to see in the upcoming guidebook.
Well, that's tremendous because that checks off 3 of the things that we actually discussed. I think it was in the June meeting. So that's really good. And I think I know why Crystal doesn't want to put that contest up. She said, if I put it up today, I'd have 200 pictures tonight. So I'm guessing 2 months worth of pictures to look through is just too big a task to even consider. And I don't like.
And I think she implied this week that I think it's going to be a quick contest. You know, it might only be up for 2 days or something like that. Just probably for that reason, so she doesn't have to look through 5,000 pictures.
Yeah, 400 would probably be adequate.
Yeah, and still a lot of work.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so I'm going to get into this. We're proposing really 2 kind of rule changes at the upcoming Raccoon Wildlife Port Cycle. I'm going to talk about each of them independently, but they're embedded within the same presentation. But I'm going to start off by talking about our proposed fishing regulation changes that would appear in the 2021 guidebook. And then right at the end, I'm going to quickly talk about a change that we're proposing to our fishing contest rule. So I'm going to start going through our fishing guidebook regulation recommendations for our 2021 guidebook. These regulations are going to be in effect for 2 years, like we've been doing for the last couple of guidebook cycles. So it would be the same set of regulations in the 2022 guidebook as well. Okay, so the process that we followed for coming up with our regulation changes this year really mirrors what we've been doing for recent rounds of regulation changes. So what we more or less do is we ask our biologists to compile a list of regulation changes that they would recommend. When they come up with their regulation recommendations, what we ask them to do is look for opportunities to go through our regulations and just simplify things for anglers. And also we're looking for situations where a regulation change really just makes sense from a biological perspective. So what we do is we take these regulation recommendations that we compile and we put them in an online survey. We send them out to our licensed anglers here in the state to get an idea of the support of our licensed anglers for these suggested regulation changes. We send the survey out by email. We did that again this year. We sent it to 13,333 randomly selected email addresses among licensed anglers here in the state. We got responses back from 3,038 of those anglers, which gives us a response rate of 23%, which is pretty in line with what we usually get for this survey. One thing I just will say is we did stratify our email addresses in proportion to the county population size. What that does is it helps give us a representative sample of anglers all across the state, so all counties are represented in our sample pool. And then in addition to asking the anglers for their opinions on individual regulation changes, we also ask them to provide some information about their preferred species, gear, access method, and water bodies. And I'm talking about access methods. I'm talking about basically if they prefer to fish by boat, shore, ice, and water bodies, we're comparing stream anglers against lake and reservoir anglers. So what we did is we used the survey data to assess the support for our regulation changes at 4 different levels. So we looked at statewide support for each regulation change. Then we looked for support within the division region where the water body resides. Then we looked at the county where the water resides. And then we finally looked at the most affected angler group. And we did that excuse me, primarily at the species or gear type level. So for example, if we're considering a kokanee salmon regulation change, we looked at the support among our kokanee anglers for that regulation. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start getting into our individual regulation changes. I'm going to start with a whole bunch of regulation changes the northeastern region is going to propose this year. And I'm going to start with 2 on Flaming Gorge Reservoir. The first one we're going to propose is a change in our bass limit at Flaming Gorge. So our current limit is 10 fish, and that's a combined limit between largemouth and smallmouth bass. and we surveyed our anglers to assess their support for a 3-fish limit. What we found is statewide, 84% of our anglers were supportive of this regulation change. We found that 66% of our anglers within the northeastern region were supportive, and we found that 70% of our bass anglers were supportive. Now, one thing I will point out is we didn't actually get enough responses from people in Daggett County, because it's just not a very large county, to assess countywide support for this regulation change, so I don't have that data here. So what we're going to recommend is that we reduce the bass limit at Flaming Gorge down to 3 fish. And once again, that's that combined total between largemouth and smallmouth. And this recommendation really actually comes by way of a collaborative effort between the Division of Wildlife and Wyoming Fish and Game. So both agencies have been working together over the past few years to really simplify regulations and create greater regulation consistency across both states at Flaming Gorge. So the idea here is that both states are floating the same regulation change through their various cycles or processes they have to go through to make regulation changes. So we're bringing ours forward during this upcoming September Raccoon Wildlife Board tour, and if it's approved here in Utah, it would go in effect January 1st of 2021. Wyoming is doing the same thing. Their process is a little bit delayed compared to ours, and if it's approved by their process, their regulation would go in effect on January 1st of 2022. So what this means is if approved by both states, we would end up with just a common unified bass regulation all across Flaming Gorge Reservoir. Okay, so now I'm going to change gears and I'm going to talk about a kokanee salmon regulation change that we're going to propose at Flaming Gorge. So our current limit for kokanee at Flaming Gorge is really combined with the trout limit. So it's 4 trout excluding lake trout, with up to 3 of those being kokanee within the daily limit. And what we did is we surveyed our anglers to assess their support for allowing 4 kokanee salmon within that daily limit. What we found is this was a pretty widely supported regulation change. So we found between 94 and 95% support among the different angler groups that we looked at for this regulation change. So what we're going to recommend is that we go with that daily limit of 4 trout or kokanee salmon at Flaming Gorge. Again, that's going to be a combined total, and that's going to exclude lake trout, where we're going to propose for lake trout that we keep our current daily limit, which is 12 lake trout with only 1 over 28 inches. Now, once again, this regulation change is a collaborative effort with Wyoming, just like the bass regulation, and both states are proposing the same regulation change through their various processes they have to follow. So if it's approved by both states, it would go into effect in Utah on January 1st of 2021, it would go into effect in Wyoming on January 1st of 2022. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about a regulation change that we're going to propose at Pelican Lake. This one's going to pertain to bluegill. So as everybody on the council knows, Pelican Lake was treated with rotenone in 2018 to remove carp, and our current limit for bluegill at Pelican Lake is 0 fish. The reason it's 0 fish is we've restocked bluegill in the Pelican Lake, and we're waiting for them basically to reproduce so their numbers could start rebounding in Pelican Lake. And initially, we didn't put that many fish back in the Pelican, so we felt like we needed to have restrictive harvest limits just to protect those bluegills so they could spawn and help repopulate Pelican. Now, I'll point out that our current statewide bluegill limit is 50 fish, and where we think we sit right now is we're starting to see more and more bluegill and Pelican. We think that we could open up harvest a little bit to our anglers, but we're not ready for a 50 fish limit at Pelican yet. It hasn't rebounded to that level. So what we did is we surveyed support for 3 possible regulations with really the goals of allowing some harvest at Pelican Lake while protecting the bluegill population as it rebuilds at Pelican. So the 3 options that we surveyed our anglers about were, first off, a 10 fish any size regulation. The next one was a 15 fish with only 5 over 7 inch regulation. And the final one was a 20 fish with only 5 over 7 inch regulation. What we found is that all 3 of those regulations were pretty well supported by the public. The one we ended up going with was the 15 fish with 5 over 7 regulation, and that was supported by 72 to 83% of our anglers if you look across those 4 different groups. There's a couple of reasons why we're making the recommendation for this particular regulation. First off, it does open up harvest for bluegill at Pelican Lake. The second reason is one of the management plan objectives at Pelican Lake is to help recreate it as a trophy bluegill fishery like it has been historically. And one thing we know, just looking across the literature and what we know about the biology of bluegill, is that as a fishery is developing, it's important that we have pretty restrictive harvest limits on some of the larger bluegill in the lake. If that doesn't happen, there's a chance for the lake to actually stunt. You don't get that trophy bluegill fishery. So we feel that as among these 3 regulation options, this is going to be the one that biologically is going to make the most sense and is going to have the greatest likelihood of helping to restore pelican as a trophy bluegill fishery. Another thing I just want to point out is this probably isn't going to be the final regulation change at Pelican Lake. As the population continues to rebound, we might consider other regulation changes in the future, but this is at least what we think is a good stepping stone regulation for the time being at Pelican Lake. Okay, so now I'm going to move to a spearfishing regulation change that we're going to propose at Red Fleet Reservoir. So Red Fleet is currently open to spearfishing, and we surveyed support for a seasonal closure on spearfishing for bass at Red Fleet Reservoir. What we found is that between 75 and 94% of our anglers at the state, region, and county level were supportive of this regulation change, and we found that 20% or 27% of our spearfishers in the state were supportive of this regulation change. So what we're going to recommend is that we add Red Fleet to the list of waters in the state that have a seasonal closure on spearfishing for bass. The reason for this is we know that spearfishers are very effective at harvesting fish, and we know that bass during the spawning season are very vulnerable to spearfishing. Right now, bass populations at Red Fleet really aren't to where the region would like them to be after the rotenone treatment they did in 2016. And what we feel is that closing off some harvest of bass at Red Fleet is going to help that population rebound and help us get it back to where we would like it to be for just better success overall for our anglers. So we think that this is really a good step to help our bass populations at Red Fleet rebound. Okay, the next regulation change that we're going to propose is another Red Fleet one, but this one is on panfish. The current panfish regulation at Red Fleet is 50 fish per species. And what we did is we surveyed support for a combined total of 50 panfish with no more than 20 of those being black crappie. What we found is that between 93 and 97% of our angling groups were supportive of this regulation change. And what we're going to recommend is that we go with that 50 panfish combined total with no more than 20 black crappie limit at Red Fleet Reservoir. This one is kind of related to the last one in some ways. Panfish populations at Red Fleet aren't quite back to where we'd like them to be after the rotenone treatment. And what this regulation does is it helps restrict harvest of panfish and it helps that population rebound a little bit, which should help it reestablish more quickly as a good pan fishery up at Red Fleet Reservoir. The other thing is, I know Natalie's talked about this, but Red Fleet is pretty predator heavy right now. There's a large wiper population. Protecting the panfish, since they're a forage fish for these predators, is going to help really, I think, also help the forage numbers rebound at Red Fleet, which is going to benefit those predators and help create just more consistent, higher quality fishery for not just the panfish, but other species within Red Fleet. Okay, so the next one I'm going to talk about is a change in the panfish limit at Starvation Reservoir. So the current regulation is a 50 fish per species limit. And what we did is we surveyed support for a limit of 20 panfish, and that's going to be a combined total across species. And what we found is we had between 85 and 94% support among our user groups for this regulation change. So what we're going to recommend is that we reduce the panfish limit at Starvation Reservoir to that combined total of 20 fish. And our rationale behind this is we know the panfish populations of Starvation have been down a little bit in recent years. And we see this regulation change as a step that's going to help protect these fish from harvest and help their numbers rebound a little bit to, again, create just a better fishery for panfish species at Starvation Reservoir. Now, Starvation is also known for its walleye populations. They've been down a little bit as well, and that's probably a byproduct of the panfish populations being down at Starvation. So we see that this regulation change that benefits panfish is also going to benefit the walleye fishery at Starvation as well. Okay, so the next one pertains to seasonal closure dates on the West Fork of the Duchesne River. So the West Fork of the Duchesne currently has a seasonal closure from January 1st through the second Saturday in July. And what we did is we surveyed support for adjusting the closure dates to help increase angler access along the West Fork of the Duchesne. We found that 90 to 95% of our groups were support among these groups for this regulation change. So what we're going to recommend is that we change the seasonal closure dates for the West Fork of the Duchesne River to May 15th through 6 a.m. on the second Saturday of July. The reason for this is we feel that we need to have somewhat of a seasonal closure during the cutthroat spawn along the West Fork of the Duchesne just to help the cutthroat fishery there. But, you know, looking at the window between January 1st and May 15th, that's before cutthroat spawn, and we see an opportunity there to open up access to our anglers for another about 4.5 months out of the year along the West Fork of the Duchesne.
Hey, Randy,
Yeah.
could you clarify when is the spawn on the West Fork of the Duchesne usually for cutthroat there?
I'm not totally sure. We've been taking eggs out of the West Fork of Duchesne. I kind of want to say it's June 1st-ish is kind of when we've been doing it. So it's probably more toward the front end of those proposed closure dates. So between May 15th through the second Saturday of July. So it's probably more that May 15th or June 15th window. But, I think we're requesting another month just because of runoff and other things, and some years delays the spawn.
And I assume there's significant variation depending on snowpack and flows and that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you look at our cutthroat spawn operations we have across the state, I think they fluctuate maybe upwards of a month or so every year, just depending again on snowpack and some things like that.
Well, as long as that window is broad enough, or wide, the exclusionary window is wide enough to incorporate that variation, this seems reasonable.
Yeah, and I think our feeling is that's a wide enough window to encompass the full spawn. We would anticipate to see, regardless of seasonal variations in spawn because of snowpack and that kind of thing along the West Fork of Duchesne.
I also wonder about the effect of general fishing prior to the spawn, whether or not the spawn is successful prior to the actual spawn itself.
Yeah, and I think West Fork of Duchesne is one water where we want to protect them during the spawn, but certainly statewide we've got lots of cutthroat waters that have no seasonal closure, and we don't see really a profound impact on the spawn or the fishery as a whole because of angling pressure earlier in the year. And broadly, I think a lot of you know this, but we're talking cutthroat anglers, primarily fly anglers along the West Fork of Duchesne. They're not too harvest driven.
Randy, sorry.
Yeah.
It's Brian Anderson. Can I ask a question? I know they've been electroshocking that and taking some fish for broodstock over to the, I think, Sheep Creek broodstock area. That's been going on for 2 or 3 years. Is that over now, or will that continue for a few more years? And second part, how is that impacting the population in the West Fork? Are they taking actual fish or just eggs? And anyways, do you see it impacting the population in the West Fork?
Yeah, to answer your question, so we're taking eggs, and we're not taking enough that we've seen any kind of biological impact to these egg take operations along the West Fork of the Duchesne. So they shouldn't have any impact on the river itself and the fish you're providing anglers. To get to your first question, I need to look at that a little bit more. This year may have been the last year that we took eggs, and if worse comes to worse, next year's the last year. So we're not going to go on 3 or 4 more years. It's either this year's the last year or next year's the last year. I think Rex, you had a question as well?
I did, Randy. I just was the second Saturday of July. I know that this is a little bit higher up than Strawberry, but I'm just wondering. I mean, we open up the streams at Strawberry on July 1st because we get a lot of people out over July 4th, and I'm just a little concerned that maybe this may be a little too late into July. I'd almost rather see it shifted May 1st to June 30th. And I just some input for you, but I think that this might be at least a consideration, please.
I think it's a good consideration, Rex. Some of the rationale behind this second Saturday of July kind of thing, or the 6 a.m. part as well, really actually ties into other cutthroat waters, and Strawberry might be an exception. I don't have the guidebook in front of me, but we try making it as consistent as possible. So some of the dates we select just makes it consistent with other dates, so we don't have different fisheries with different seasonal closure dates that create a lot of confusion. Some might be May 1st through June 30th, and another one's May 15th through the second Saturday of July. That just gets confusing to the anglers, so we try to make it as consistent as possible.
Okay. I just wanted to check, that I wondered about the dates, and because it seems like generally by the 1st of July, we're pretty much through with the spawn, but that's great. If it's consistent, then let's leave it there because it's easier for the anglers. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's easier for the anglers. And I can say that some of our spawning operations, and maybe Calvin falls under this to Duck Fork, I think do kind of get into the first week or two of July. I know Little Dale's done that in recent years. So, you know, I'm guessing we've got a reasonable number of cutthroat fisheries where that spawn maybe goes in a little bit longer than maybe we think and starts touching that first part of July.
It's too bad that George Weekly isn't with us right now, because he's fished this opener for probably a decade at least, and he would have some opinions, I bet. But maybe we should ask him. At any rate, carry on.
Hey, quick.
Yeah,
Randy.
and then since we're on this, what's that?
Hey, we have spawned cutthroat at Duck Fork on July 4th like 3 times over the last 5 years. So that's why our regulation goes all the way to the second Saturday, because we are still actively spawning fish that first week of, and even part of the second week of July up there.
Okay, thanks, Clint. I mean, it makes sense at the elevation. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah. Yeah, we see some inconsistency. I mean, Little Dale Reservoir, which is fairly low elevation, the last couple spawn years we run there, I think it's gone to the first or maybe second week of July. So I don't know why that is, but you know, you think that would be maybe a little bit warmer water just because of the elevation, but yeah, it seems to go on a little bit later. Okay, since we're talking about seasonal closure dates, I'm going to throw one more at you, and this one's at Wolf Creek, and this is really the exact same regulation change as we just talked about for the West Fork of Duchesne. So that one also has a seasonal closure from January 1st through the second Saturday of July. And again, we surveyed support for adjusting those closure dates to help increase angler access. For this one, we got between 88 and 95% support among our angler groups. And what we recommend in the case of this one is, once again, adjusting those seasonal closure dates to May 15th through 6 a.m. on the second Saturday of July. And it's the same rationale. It just opens up that fishery for another 4.5 months or so of the year for anglers to get out and go some fishing, but it still protects the cutthroat during that spawn. Okay, so now I'm going to change gears. I'm going to move out of the Northeast region. I'm going to move into the Central region. The one regulation change that we're proposing in the Central region is in Red Butte Creek, so running through Salt Lake County. It's currently closed to fishing, and we surveyed support for opening a portion of that stream to anglers. What we found is we had between 93 and 95% support among our angler groups. And what we're going to recommend is that we open Red Butte Creek to fishing downstream of the Red Butte Canyon Research Natural Area. Our rationale for this one is that Salt Lake County is the most populous county in the state, also has the most anglers in the state. And quite frankly, there's just not a lot of fishing opportunities in Salt Lake County because there's just not a lot of water running through the county. So we see this as being an opportunity just to provide additional angling access to our anglers in Salt Lake City. And it's just nice and close to home for them. Okay, so now I'm going to jump down to the Moab area. So Ken's Lake, and this is a spearfishing regulation.
Red Butte Creek opportunities are fairly limited. I mean, I've often wondered why it remained closed, but there are a couple of opportunities up by the Red Butte Gardens, and then just a little bit below that. But it's kind of curious. Nevertheless, I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Bert. But you know, there's at least some opportunities there for public access. So we didn't see a lot of rationale for keeping it closed either. So it provides some access, but like you alluded to, I think there's a lot of private property and other rules going on there. So you know, it's not a ton of access, but something is better than nothing. Okay, so going on to the Ken's Lake spearfishing one. Ken's Lake is currently open to spearfishing, and what we did is we surveyed anglers to assess their support for closing the lake to spearfishing. What we found is that 85% of our anglers statewide were supportive of this regulation change. We found that 59% of our anglers within the southeastern region were supportive. And then we found that 53% of our anglers in San Juan and Graham counties were supportive. The reason I combine the counties is Ken's Lake is technically in San Juan County, but it's right on the border of the county with right on the border with Grand County, and most of the anglers come from Grand County. So it made sense to combine those two counties together when assessing this one. But we found 53% support among anglers in those two counties for this regulation change. And we found that 38% of our spearfishers were supportive. So what we're going to recommend is that we remove Ken's Lake from the list of waters where spearfishing is allowed. The reason for this is Ken's Lake has experienced some recent population bottlenecks, and that is really sort of depressed fish populations a little bit at Ken's Lake, so it's not performing quite like we would like it to. As I mentioned earlier, spearfishers are very effective at harvesting fish, and what we'd like to do is just reduce the harvest a little bit at Ken's Lake, because we think that that's going to help that population rebound and become just more consistent as a whole. So we see this as a step to maybe improve the fishery, make a more consistent fishery, and just a higher quality fishery for our anglers. And then the last just water body specific regulation change I'm going to cover is a spearfishing one at Fish Lake. Currently, spearfishing is allowed at Fish Lake from the first Saturday in June through September 15th of each year. And what we did is we surveyed support for changing the closure date for the spearfishing season to coincide with the statewide kokanee closure date, which is September 10th. So we basically surveyed support for taking 5 days off of the spearfishing season at Fish Lake. What we found is we had between 93 and 100% support at the state, region, and county levels for this regulation change, and we found that 56% of our spearfishers were supportive. So what we're going to recommend is that we allow underwater spearfishing at Fish Lake from the first Saturday in June through September 10th. So we're going to propose that we take those 5 days off the season. Our rationale for this is right now, the regulation implies that spearfishing is allowed at Fish Lake through September 15th, but there is a seasonal closure on kokanee salmon that starts on September 10th. So it creates kind of a 5-day window. There's a little bit of ambiguity within our current rules of whether spearfishing is allowed, particularly for kokanee at Fish Lake. So we see this as really a step, this regulation change. It just kind of closing that loophole, removing that ambiguity, and making things just more simple and clear for our anglers. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to some statewide regulation changes. So these are ones that are going to affect all waters, or at least all waters with a particular species in the state. The first one is a kokanee salmon limit change. So it turns out that if you look carefully at our fishing guidebook, there's actually 2 kokanee limits listed in the guidebook. One is a separate one for kokanee. It says a limit of 4 kokanee. And the other one is a combined 4 trout limit that happens to include kokanee salmon within that 4 trout limit. So what that does is it creates a little bit of confusion, and some interpret this rule to mean that anglers are allowed 4 kokanee salmon plus 4 trout of some species other than kokanee salmon. So what we're going to recommend is that we eliminate the separate kokanee limit and keep the current 4 trout limit, which also happens to include kokanee, grayling, and various trout hybrid species within it. And we're also going to recommend that we modify the language within that trout limit to mention this seasonal closure dates for kokanee salmon between September 10th and November 30th of each year. So what this regulation does is it provides really just additional clarity to our anglers by removing that duplicate regulation. So it makes things easier to interpret and prevents any confusion on which kokanee limit is the right limit for anglers to follow. One thing I will point out is we didn't survey the public on this particular regulation change. Where this actually started is we were going down the route of doing water body specific regulation changes on Starvation Reservoir and Moon Lake that looked at the same thing, removing that duplicate regulation and kind of clarifying what the actual kokanee limit is. And what we realized is there's other water bodies in the state. Jordanelle is an example, Electric Lake is an example, that fall into the same situation because we had multiple waters that fell in the situation where it just wasn't clear which kokanee regulation was the right one at that water body. We thought it made sense to really clarify this on a statewide level. So based on the data that we have from what we surveyed people for on starvation in Moon Lake, is we think we've got somewhere between 77 and 85% support at the statewide level and 70 to 78% support among our kokanee anglers. So even though we didn't survey the public on a statewide regulation change, looking at the data from Starvation Moon Lake makes us think that the public is going to be fairly supportive of this regulation change. Okay, so the next one is a change in our daily limit for wiper. The current statewide limit for wiper is 6 fish, and we surveyed our anglers to assess their support for reducing that down to a 3 fish limit. We found that 82% of our anglers statewide were supportive of this, and we found that 70% of our wiper anglers were supportive. What we're going to recommend is that we reduce the statewide limit for wiper down to 3 fish. The reason for this is wiper are a sterile hybrid species, so they can't reproduce by themselves, and all of our wiper populations are sustained by a stocking fish. What this regulation change is going to do is it's going to help reduce the harvest on wiper in the state, and what it should do is stabilize our wiper populations a little bit. And that's going to help wiper really do a better job of controlling overabundant prey species, and it's also going to help maintain just the quality of our fisheries in the state. Now, another side benefit of this, which might potentially happen, we'll just have to see how things play out, is that if we reduce the harvest of wiper in the state, that means we might want to reduce our stocking of wiper in the state. And what that's going to do is free up some more wiper in our system and that we can maybe stock into additional water bodies. So there might be a side benefit of this. We might be able to establish additional wiper fisheries as a result of this proposed regulation change. Okay, so the next one I'm going to talk about is a change in our northern pike statewide limit. Our current statewide limit for pike is 6 fish, and we surveyed support for increasing that to a 20 fish limit. We found that 84% of our anglers within the state were supportive of this regulation change, and then we looked specifically at our pike and tiger muskie anglers. We found that 68% of them were supportive of this regulation. So what we're going to recommend is a statewide limit on northern pike at 20 fish, with only one of those fish being over 36 inches. The reason for this is, I think, as everybody knows, pike are a voracious predator that eat a lot of fish as part of their diet. And we see that increased harvest on pike is being a way to reduce their populations a little bit, which is going to reduce the impacts that they have on native fish species in the state. And they don't just consume native fish, they also consume sport fish. We look at our sport fish populations that have pike, and we find that sometimes those populations are a little bit difficult to manage because of the predation from those pike on those other sport fish species. So we see this increased harvest as maybe a way to improve our management of other sport fish populations in our waters that have pike in the state. One thing I will point out is this one fish over 36-inch restriction was something that we added after we surveyed the public. The reason we did this is this helps simplify regulations and helps create greater pike regulation consistency in the state. So what we realized is when we looked at this statewide limit change that we're proposing, it was actually going to only affect one water body in the state. That water is Redmond Reservoir down in the southern region. We also looked at our limit statewide, and we realized we had 2 water bodies, so Yuba and Recapture Reservoir, that currently have a 20 fish with 1 over 36-inch regulation. So our thought with adding the 36-inch restriction on top of that 20 fish limit is it would actually put Redmond, Yuba, and Recapture all in a situation where they have the same regulation. So that just creates a little more consistency and simplifies things for our anglers. And then the last regulation change I'm going to talk about is related to the use of bait for catching crayfish. Currently, you cannot use bait to catch crayfish in waters where bait is prohibited. The problem is that crayfish are almost impossible to catch unless you use bait. So what we surveyed the public about was providing the opportunity to use bait in waters where bait is not allowed, just for the purpose of catching crayfish. And we found that 93% of our anglers statewide are supportive of this regulation change. So what we're going to recommend is that we allow the use of bait without a hook to catch crayfish. And what this is going to do is help expand our crayfish harvest opportunities here in the state. Okay, so that's actually all I have for the regulation changes. Are there any questions on those before I quickly go over the fishing contest rule? That one's a lot shorter.
Yeah, Randy, Ken here. On the northern pike, but it's still going to be catch and kill on like Utah Lake.
It will, yeah. So we've got a whole host of water bodies in the state that have special regulations in place for pike. You brought up Utah Lake. Green River is another catch and kill situation for northern pike. This regulation change isn't going to affect those water bodies. Any other questions? Okay. Well, I'm going to quickly go into a proposed change that we're going to make to our fishing contest rule. Like I said, this is a lot shorter than all the regulations that I went through, but this is the other thing we're going to ask the RACs and Wildlife Board to consider. If we look at our current fishing contest rule, that rule is pretty complicated. It's pretty difficult to interpret, and also it has a lot of really unnecessary restrictions placed, particularly on tournaments that target cold water fish species. So these are going to be your trout, your salmon, your grayling, your whitefish. Some of those complications come from the fact that the current fishing contest regulation puts caps on the number of participants and prize values for tournaments that target these cold water fish species, whereas it doesn't put these caps on tournaments that target warm water fish species. A second kind of point of where this gets complicated is that cold water tournaments are not allowed on waters that have harvest and size regulations that are more restrictive than our general statewide limits. But it turns out that tournaments that are targeting warm water species are allowed on waters that have more restrictive harvest and size limits. Also, there's just a broad suite of just restrictions that are placed on tournaments that happen for cold water fish species that just don't exist for our warm water fish species in the state. So there are a number of differences in how our current rule treats tournaments for cold water fish species compared to warm water fish species. Now, on top of that, our current rule also creates multiple tiers of tournaments, which is really a confusing nomenclature. There's a lot of names and designations made in our current rule, and it's very difficult to interpret whether a tournament needs a certificate of registration or basically approval from the Division of Wildlife before it can happen or not. So our current rule is just very complicated. As I mentioned, the current rule treats tournaments just differently for warm water fish species compared to tournaments that are targeting cold water fish species. Those differences were originally put in place because we were concerned about elevated mortality in tournaments that were targeting cold water fish species. But as we look more and more at the data, what we find is there's really no biological rationale for a lot of the restrictions that are placed on cold water fish tournaments. So it seems like those restrictions that are put in place really just aren't necessary. So what we're proposing is a streamlined fishing contest rule that removes most of the discrepancies between tournaments that target warm water fish species and those that target cold water fish species. In order to do this, what we're going to propose is that we establish a term called a certified fishing contest. What that's going to do is it's going to include all tournaments that are targeting warm water fish species, tournaments that are targeting cold water fish species, and what are called tag fish contests. What this system does is it removes the tiered system that exists under our current rule and creates really a straightforward dichotomy. You either need a certificate of registration or approval from the Division of Wildlife to conduct the tournament, or you don't need that certificate of registration or COR. So what we're proposing is really a pretty straightforward set of criteria that tournament organizers can look at and decide, whether they need that certificate of registration or not based on a set of criteria. So what we're going to propose is that COR, certificate of registration, is required if the contest includes any one of the following. So first off, 85 or more participants. Next, $2,000 or more in prizes. Next is a live weigh-in, and the final criteria is it's a tag fish contest. So again, if any one of those is met, then a certificate of registration would be required. And if none of those are met, then no certificate of registration would be required. What this rule change does is it removes most of the differences that currently exist between tournaments that are targeting warm water fish species and those that are targeting cold water fish species. There is one current prohibition under the current rule that we're going to propose that we continue in the rule that we are going to propose in front of the Racks and Wildlife Board. And this is a prohibition on high grading during tournaments that target cold water fish species. So high grading is the idea that you catch a fish and you hold on to that fish, and then if you catch a larger fish later in the day, you release your first fish and then keep your second fish. You keep your better fish. There's two reasons for this. The first reason is biological. As we look at the data, we know that cold water fish species just don't do well if they're held in a live well or a stringer and you have high mortality among those fish. So it makes sense from a biological perspective to prohibit this. Second off, there's actually other Division of Wildlife rules that prohibit high grading from happening. So if we were to change that within our fishing contest rule, we'd actually have to change a whole bunch of other rules to accomplish that. So it becomes a very complicated process. Now, one thing I do want to point out is just under our rules, and this is going to continue forward under the fishing contest rule that we're proposing, and this ties again into other rules that we have with the division, but the live release of a cold water fish species, once it's possessed by the angler, is just not going to be allowed in either a fishing tournament or just under our other rules in the state. Now, another thing, it's a component of this rule that we're proposing, is we're seeing that paper tournaments and online tournaments for fish are becoming more common. Those tournaments are not covered under our current rules, so it's not clear whether they need a certificate of registration or they don't need a certificate of registration. So what we'd like to do is kind of bring our rule under what we're proposing up to the 21st century and clarify this a little bit under our rule. So what we're going to propose is that no certificate of registration is required for fishing contests where the submitted contest fish are immediately released by the angler.
Randy,
so, yeah.
Point of information, what is a paper tournament? Is that a newspaper tournament?
We're seeing an increasing number of tournaments where they really function online, where more or less somebody might do something. There's different ways of the judging the fish, but it might be a picture of the fish, or people might quickly measure their fish before they release the fish, and the person who catches the biggest fish, for example, wins. What happens in these tournaments is instead of having like a weigh-in station, it's kind of the honor system. People are basically getting the measurements themselves on their fish and submitting it through some kind of online forum. And then on that online forum, the fish are judged and the winner is decided. Does that sort of make sense?
Well, I'm still confused about paper. Is that newspapers? Because back in the old days, the newspapers would have tournaments.
You know, I don't know. Does somebody have any insight on that? I guess I'm not. It's like I know conceptually what a paper tournament is, but I don't know where the word comes from.
Maybe Meg?
I think it's just a paper tournament because normally before all the online, you've recorded your measurements on paper. Like you literally had like a score sheet that everyone had for each tournament, and then you would just record your results on paper and then turn in all the papers at the end.
Yeah, people don't keep their fish. It's an immediate measurement and then just record that on your piece of paper or hold on to it for later reporting on some online, forum or whatever. So that's kind of the principle behind these tournaments.
Okay, that makes sense. Actually, I've been a part of one of those rowing for the fly fishing team USA.
We're also seeing more and more tournaments where people are given maybe a card. What they do is we know the size of the card, and they do something like they might take a picture of their fish with the card in the background, and we're able to use that card to kind of judge the size of the fish that were caught. So there's more and more of that going on too.
But Randy, on this, they would, if they still had $2,000 worth of prizes, they would still need the COR though, because it would match up with one of the 3 criteria. Is that correct?
That is actually not correct in this case. So we're proposing really for any tournament, regardless of those other criteria, if the fish are put back immediately, then they don't need a certificate of registration.
Okay, thank you.
Randy, I think on that, so there is a little bit of misconception where some anglers think that if you meet on the water to do a weigh-in, like so if you meet up with the tournament director on the water and like measure the fish together, that it's not considered a live weigh-in. So could you clarify that?
Yeah, and how this would fall under the rule is you would not in that case, because you would have to contact the tournament organizer to come in and measure your fish. Those fish are not being immediately released, so they're being possessed basically by the angler. In that case, they require a certificate of registration.
That's my understanding too. I think we'll spread the word on that for sure.
Yeah, and I haven't seen how this is going to get written out in formal rule, but I think you're bringing up a good point, Meg, and we'll make sure that we get that written in such a way that maybe that's really clear.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I appreciate all your guys' comments on this. I'm definitely a little less familiar with this rule, and as I run through my presentation, this is the part of it that I struggle with more than the individual regulations. So you guys' comments really actually helped me out on this. And this is actually my last slide. If we just kind of look at the benefits of the COR process that we're going to propose, a simplified process, what it does is it treats our contest for warm water fish species and cold water fish species similarly. And what it does is it creates a rule that's far simpler for our tournament organizers to interpret. Now, another thing, and we talked about this during the RACS and Wildlife Board last year, is at the beginning of 2021, we're going to actually put together and release an online portal that tournament organizers can use for applying for their certificate of registration. This rule change dovetails very nicely with that interface and makes that interface very streamlined and user-friendly. What this interface is going to do is going to allow our tournament organizers really to apply for their certificate of registration and pay for it and receive it all online in the matter of a few minutes. This is a lot quicker and simpler for our tournament organizers. Under our current system, they fill out a piece of paper, it gets submitted to the division, various people within the Division of Wildlife need to approve it, and then finally, several weeks later, we provide approval and that certificate of registration. So this online portal is really going to provide really an instant process where in a matter of minutes, a tournament organizer can get their certificate of registration. So this also benefits us within the Division of Wildlife just because this new process is simpler for us. It's just less paperwork pushing and just takes a little bit of workload off our hands as well. So that's all I have. I'm happy to take any additional questions anybody has.
Randy, back to the fishing tournaments. Those ones that you're talking about are online. A lot of them, you download an app on your phone and you record each fish on that app. and the tournament organizer's on the other end of that app, so to say, and he's able to see that you had that fish and you have an official length, or bump board is what it's called, that you take a length on those fish. They use a standardized deal. If a fish is 15 inches, it weighs 1.8 pounds, or whatever they have dubbed that out per species. So they don't. Then the fish goes right back, and it has to be recorded being released alive. Is usually the rule on it.
Yeah. No, thanks for that clarification, Ben. Okay, I'm happy to take any additional questions people have any. You can just always email me if you have anything. Appreciate you guys letting me run through that as well. I've got to get this really nicely polished and ready to go for the masses come Monday morning. So it gave me kind of a chance to run through things, and I definitely see some areas, particularly in the contest one, where I might change my slides up a little bit just to clarify things. So I appreciate your comments as well.
It certainly looked like a good start. Any more feedback from council members? Okay, next up on our agenda is the review of candidate waters, but in some sense, we actually did that while we were going through the regional reports. But it's hard to get a count of people who have visited the waters. Of course, we need 4 people to visit these within 2 years, but this is somewhat simplified by virtue of the fact that we have not so many waters to evaluate this year. The Middle Provo, I mentioned, reevaluation there. Lost Creek is up for evaluation this year. Blanding number 4, and then Kolob also. So that's it for the waters we need to visit. I guess maybe it would be good for us to talk a little bit more. We talked with Clint briefly about the possibility of having a site visit to Lost Creek Reservoir to get an update on things from him. And so it sounded also like before we reconvened after lunch that folks are starting to think about maybe a time to visit Blanding number 4 later this year when things cool down. Are there some comments? Oh, and Kolob, I guess Nick mentioned September's probably a good time to visit Kolob. So I'd kind of like to hear from council members if they have any additional thoughts about how they intend to fit these plans to fish these waters into their schedule for the fall, and whether or not we want to even try to group together or meet up on a water. So any thoughts, any comments?
Yeah, Bert, this is Ken. On Blanding number 4, if they're going to limit it like they are on the boating, I don't think it should even be considered. Just my opinion.
As much as I want to go down there, and I think it looks like a great fisheries to go to, I agree with Ken. I think if we have a water that's just exclusively paddle boat access or shoreline access, that sure takes a lot of folks out, especially when you have to travel that far to get to something that you really can't access the whole water.
Cal, I know you're still on. You're hearing these comments. What are your thoughts?
Those are all valid points, and I definitely would be willing to take the topic to the city council and the county to see about loosening restrictions. But like I said earlier, they had just barely this past year opened it up to electric motors, and so they're willing to do stuff. They're willing to promote it and get access in there. It doesn't hurt to ask and see what their thoughts are.
Well, I don't have any problem with just having to use my electric, but there's no way for me to get my big motor off my boat. And I mean, hey, that's their choice, but I think if they'd at least look at, hey, you know, it's a little more difficult to try to get your boat on the trailer when if you've got an electric motor on the bow, you know, you have to do some fussing around to do that. But I'd be willing to do that, but I sure like to use my boat.
I agree with Rex. I think that maybe they just need to know that in my opinion, it can't be a blue ribbon water unless they do allow boats on it, even if they have a gas motor, but they don't use it. Those boats need to be able to use the water, or it won't be a blue ribbon water.
Well, it is certainly prohibitive, and there's no way that people are going to be wanting to take off their outboards in order to fish it. So, Cal, yeah, if you could follow up on that, that would be good. And
Mike,
I've got this is Jackie. I would just maybe put the pressure on the council a little bit to give it an opportunity and score it, because in my mind, no gas motors is an access issue, but the rest of the fishery may score high enough that it still warrants a blue ribbon designation, and that scoring system's in place for a good reason, I feel.
well, and the other part of that, of course, is if you're out in a kayak or on a small pontoon boat, it's nice to be wake free, which is the case on Lost Creek. And of course, when I went down to Gunlock, it wasn't too crazy when I was there, but I could see how that could be a problem. But I was in a bigger rowboat then. And of course, that has been a problem on, was it Huntington North Reservoir? It seemed like the recreational boater use was so extreme that it was actually a problem for anglers there. So I do hope people can visit it. It obviously, this is a difficult year to get to any distant waters, but I hope to get down there, even with a kayak or a pontoon boat. But nevertheless, I do think that Ken's point and Rex's point with respect to, you know, it precludes a certain group of visitors that might want to come see what it's like. They just leave their gas motors up and use their trolling motors. So, point well taken.
I think I'll throw just a couple comments into the mix. First off, you know, you just have to visit a water within 2 years in order for us to score it. Calvin's expressed some openness to checking with the city about changing that. So I don't think that precludes us, you know, still rating the water. I think the other thing, you know, we talk about this electric motor use. I'll just point out that, you know, collectively, when we look at our blue ribbon fisheries across the state, we've got various types of access that we already accept. You know, we have waters like in the Uintas and boulders that, for example, could never take a boat, or streams, for instance, that might prevent use from some anglers. So I don't know if this is much different than some of those others. I mean, you know, you're having some restrictions on the boat anglers that get in, but other water bodies have other restrictions in terms of, you know, who could actually fish those or not.
I'm just thinking it's a fairly long ways, more than likely that going to Lake Powell, this would be a positive if we could just use electric motor and you know, just no gas at all. But it becomes a real negative that you can't use your boat at all, and you've already gone so far. So to me, it's a little bit different than some of the restrictions that we have on other waters. I mean, you know, I very seldom use my electric motor on the Provo, especially the middle section. And I understand that, but this is one where I think that I have Cal check with them and just, you know, if you don't use your electric, it's still going to be a considerable access consideration, because hitting your boat onto your trailer without your gas is a lot of work.
I guess the only other thing I'd add is I'm curious about who's using the resource now, and whether folks, you know, we're concerned coming from the Wasatch Front, and that makes sense. This is a population center. I do wonder about, for instance, folks in Moab, whether they run down to Blanding to fish Blanding number 4. And there may be a different sentiment locally, but I'm not sure. And I do note that it is prohibitive, certainly, if you can't just raise your gas motor and use your trolling motor. So, go ahead.
I guess in my ignorance, I need to know how big Blanding number 4 is. Because if it's a bigger reservoir where a boat would be definitely a need or a big plus, that's one thing I would have to consider.
It's definitely not a huge reservoir, and I don't have the spec sheet right in front of me, but I think it's less than 100 surface acres, maybe 125 at the most. You get a lot of shore anglers. That's one of the more popular fisheries for San Juan County and Blanding residents, and a lot of residents of the Navajo Nation comes up and fishes Blanding number 4 from the shore. So it's actually quite popular with the locals. And since they've put the electric use of motors on there, we've seen a lot of local, smaller John boats, 10-foot, 12-foot John boats with electric motors that people can throw in the back of their truck. And we've seen a lot more local use out there. And also we've seen a lot more kayak use out there. So, but as far as a big boat, yeah, it would help you get into some places, but you wouldn't want more than a handful to a dozen big boats out there, because you wouldn't have enough space to all fish if you've got a bunch of 15 to 20 foot lunge or something like that out there.
I was looking for an acreage, but I haven't been able to find it yet. So, but probably under 100. Okay.
Tammy and I were going to visit it this spring, but the COVID thing kind of prevented that. We do an annual trip down to Moab around Halloween, and we had planned on going down there and at least visiting the fishery this fall. And it doesn't look terribly big on the Google Earth map. So it looks like a nice area, and I guess you can camp right there at the county. County has a park there. You can camp for free. So that's what we were planning to do.
I'll just point out for reference, I just tried doing a quick measurement on Google Earth on it. I got 75 acres, so it's kind of in that neighborhood.
About the same size as Bountiful Lake, actually. So, okay, and then I'm going to move on from Blanding number 4, but it'll be interesting to see what people's impressions are, those that go do visit it. Lost Creek, I believe the action item was put on Clint to send out a doodle poll or something to try to determine what might be a good day for us to have a little gathering there. Is everyone okay with us gathering outdoors there? Is that acceptable? I mean, obviously it's your choice whether to show or not. Thumbs up from Rex. No other complaints. Okay. All right. Well, let's pursue that. That'll be for sometime in September. Collab, and I think do we still have Nick on? Nick, it's September. Randy, go ahead.
A question real fast about Lost Creek. If we're going to visit, and we'll have to look at the timeline that Clint sends out in September, would it make sense to just make our September meeting a site visit to Lost Creek?
That's something worth considering.
There's no cell phone access up there. We were up there this spring, and we couldn't get a cell phone signal up there, at least on a Verizon network.
Right.
And that's a wonderful thing.
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, we will continue the discussion on Lost Creek not a bad idea perhaps to make it our September meeting. Moving on, we had Nick on briefly. Nick, you want to tell us any more about CoLab? You've already mentioned a bit, but go ahead.
It should be good, especially once the weather cools down here anytime. It's worth noting that CoLab's kind of got the weird regulations. You can use bait right now, but pretty much after Labor Day, you can't use bait anymore. So, but yeah, anytime in September, early October should be good.
All right, thank you. Any further comments on our candidate waters for this year? Okay, I'm going to move on. I have just a brief update on the Provo River Parkway Trail extension plan. I spent a lot of time talking about this the last couple of meetings, and also that stream alteration and rehabilitation plan. As far as I know it, Utah Department of Transportation does intend to fill the gap, build that trail. And the timeline, I think, was on the handout that I sent around a while ago. I can send that out again. So that's specifically to connect the multi-use path that was on the old railroad grade from Orem, Provo, Orem, all the way up to Vivian Park. And the gap exists above Vivian Park, where the railroad tracks are still in place. And then there was a bike trail put on the old road bed down to about Hoover Hole, the Hoover Hole parking area. So as far as I know, UDOT intends to continue with their plans. So someday we will see that Parkway Trail extension. Now, when it comes to the damage that was done on the Lower Provo, the last time we talked, there was some mention that this had happened. You know, we had a situation on Tibble Fork, and Tibble Fork Reservoir, there was a large release of sediment, which had heavy metals and other issues. And there was some thinking that Blue Ribbon had weighed in on this, but Randy's looked, I've looked, and I don't recall. This would have been 2016, so not all that long ago. So I'm not entirely sure that Blue Ribbon actually did weigh in on it. I did send an email to Dustin Carlson to see if he remembered differently, or maybe if he had a copy of the letter. I was hoping to use that letter as a guide for maybe a new letter regarding the grubbing and deforestation that happened on the Lower Provo. But as I reported last month, the good news is that there is a stream alteration permit application that was filed by Heber Valley Railroad with the intent of revegetating the area that was cleared, and to work with the Division of Water Rights stream alteration specialists in order to minimize the damage going forward and make sure that there won't be continued erosion. And on the grand scheme of things, it was only a quarter of an acre that was cleared, and there have been all kinds of insults on the Lower Provo through time that it's recovered nicely from. But that's not to say we shouldn't respond. And so I was going to draft something, and in fact, I have sat down and drafted a couple of different takes, but I'm still working on it. It's not easy to describe, and it's made even more complicated by virtue of the fact that I just happened to witness the damage and also what it did to the fishery on May 7th when the logs and stumps came floating by and the water went to chocolate from decent clarity. The bottom line is I have talked to Chuck Williamson, the stream alteration specialist. I have talked to the enforcement engineer, state engineer of Division of Water Rights. And more importantly, on July 21st, so after our last meeting, I talked with Chris Crockett and Mike Slater about what we should do. They're supportive of Blue Ribbon writing a letter saying this is an unfortunate thing that shouldn't happen to one of our most premier running water river Blue Ribbon fisheries. So they would like, they're fine with Blue Ribbon taking a position and saying, you know, we were upset by this and we'd like to see this not happen again in the future. That said, both Chuck Williamson, Chris Crockett, and Mike Slater said, you know, when it comes to actually trying to seek punitive action, in this particular case, it might be counterproductive because they have to work with either Heber Valley Railroad to do the remediation restoration work, or they have to work with landowners for various reasons, whether it's getting access to the Lower Provo for electroshocking or that sort of thing. So while Chris and Mike Slater understood my frustration that the person that did the damage is not going to be held responsible for it, I completely understand and support their position that they've got to continue to work with some of these people who basically do things without thinking and so don't seek permits. And I mentioned last month, Chuck Williamson absolutely is happy to have a party willing to work with him to restore the damage. And also, there's more to the project for Heber Valley Railroad in terms of resetting the rails all the way around Horseshoe Bend. There's more issues regarding drainage, and there's more concerns there. And he'd rather be working with them in concert, and they will pay for revegetation of the quarter acre that was cleared to the water's edge. So I will continue to try to develop some kind of a letter. And once I have something that I think is reasonable, and I'm getting close, I will send that to Randy, and I will also share it with the Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General for the Division of Wildlife Resources, Greg Hansen. And then once we have a final draft, I'll send it around to the council, and the council can then decide whether we should sign off on this letter. And I apologize for the delay, but it was complicated. We hope to have an example to work from the Tibble Fork experience, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So that concludes my comments. If there are any questions regarding what I've just said, I'm happy to take them right now. So any thoughts, any questions, any concerns? All right. Well, moving along, another event, this, I guess, moving into the chairman and steering report. And Rex actually made some nice comments regarding the minutes from June, where Randy did a really nice job outlining our outreach plan. And I think that that's a fantastic start. We certainly have a well-detailed plan of action items going forward. And I don't know if all of you have had a chance to look at the Blue Ribbon page on the division's website, but if you haven't recently, please do. The logo is there. The logo is prominent. There's also the orange button in the middle of the page, which assists members of the public to find a Blue Ribbon fishery. And what that does is when you click on the orange button in the middle of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries page, is it launches the interactive fishing map with only Blue Ribbon waters shown. And then you can hover over the little symbols on the map and determine what species are there, whether there are different options for different types of fishing, and learn more about, and of course, click on individual Blue Ribbon fisheries and drill down. And then, Faith Jolly reached out to Randy and me and said, I want to do another version of the podcast, the Wild Division's Wild podcast. can you guys come to the studio? I believe that was July 15th, and record the podcast. And we worked with her to come up with a list of questions. It was really her first draft, and then Randy and I refined that and worked on the answers and studied up and collaborated and decided how we would proceed. And if you haven't had a chance to listen to the Wild podcast, I encourage you to do so. I think we covered pretty much everything. It's something like, what is it, 46 minutes. So it's quite long. It's probably longer than their average podcast, but it answers a lot of questions. And I haven't heard from Faith, but I'm wondering if Randy has heard from Faith and whether she's gotten any feedback on that podcast. Randy, do you know if there's been any feedback?
I haven't heard anything from Faith. I can tell you that not a lot, but a few random people have emailed me with just questions about Blue Ribbon. Nothing too substantive, people just, saying good job, or, that was really informative, or, what's the link to your webpage for Blue Ribbon, that kind of thing. Hasn't been a lot of people, but, 4 or 5 have kind of emailed those kinds of questions.
Have you gotten any applications for members of the council?
I have not.
That was one of our pitches as well. At any rate, as I said, if you haven't had a chance to listen to it, please do. I thought it was quite good. And then moving forward, we have this extensive list, and we could talk about this more with Rex's input here on outreach. But again, I thought we've captured most of it in the minutes, and so I just really pleased to see how much progress has been made since we had those 3 members of outreach join us back in June. Beyond that, I would like to remind folks that my term is up in June of 2021. So we're now under a year. That is my second 3-year term. And so I will be off the council at some point in June. I think George Weekly is up for forced retirement, if you will, at the same time. I'm not entirely sure who else is going to be asked to, their term will be up at that point. But but the issue of chair is one that we need to seriously start thinking about. And as I mentioned before, most of you know, Dustin was kind enough to ask me to step into the position before he departed so that he could basically keep me under his wing and make sure I knew where to find things and how to proceed. So if there are folks that are interested in the chair position, I would encourage you to contact either me or Randy or both of us. And if we don't hear from anybody, we're going to pick somebody. So there you go. So I'd like to turn the remaining time over to discussions about outreach. And I know Rex is our chair of outreach, and I just wanted to get some thoughts from Rex with respect to where we go from here.
Sorry, Bert, I had to unmute. Last month, one of the things that we talked about, we did this outline in June with the outreach folks. And then one of the things that we talked about was that we wanted to do some video. We can't do our fishing seminars right now, but it was brought up, could we do something where we could show people fishing techniques and do maybe little 2-minute clips here and there. And I hope Mike's still listening, because I'm definitely going to throw him under the bus. You still here, Mike?
Yes,
Anyhow,
I am.
oh, good. Here comes the bluebird bus. No, so one of the things that was asked is, could we do some little 2-minute, use a videographer, do something so we had some specific, here's a little thing to put onto whatever we're going to put onto our Blue Ribbon website. And so Mike, I think Mike Fisher's on. Thank you. Mike's back on. I saw him come up, and I reached out to Mike and said, Mike, we could get a very good series of this is how you use, this is for bait fishing, this is for fly fishing, this is for spin fishing, this is why you use a closed face versus an open faced reel. And Mike said, Rex, we could go through the store and get little 2-minute clips, however, whatever we wanted to look at there. And so I appreciated Mike's input on that. And then I reached out to Jared Johnson, who owns Rocky Mountain Tackle and who's been very supportive of Blue Ribbon. And he's a very good kokanee fisherman. And he's more than willing to have the filming crew come onto his boat. And then we would film, this is why you use this kind of line counter reel, or don't use a reel, or this is how you use lead core. This is a lures that we're taking a look at. He asked that we take a look at next spring, and maybe something where we could go up on Jordanelle, and get some input from Jackie. And then I reached out to Travis Pendleton, who just won the Salmon Falls Walleye Fishing Tournament up in Idaho. He not only got the most fish, he got the largest fish, and it was a pretty good group that was up there. And Travis has agreed that he would be more than willing to have people come on his boat and film those kind of same segments, Mike. And so we have 3 different things that we can now do some 2-minute segments and reach out to the general public, even though we can't do our fishing seminars. One person I haven't been able to get a hold of until today was Meg, and I was hoping Meg might have somebody that might be able to reach out and do some bass fishing. And I'm sorry, I'm just kind of springing that on her right now because she wasn't at those 2 meetings. But I think we have the resources that we definitely could do some of these 2-minute little venues of this is how you use a worm and a bobber. This is how you use this is how you use a curl tail, or this is how you use a fly in a bubble. This is how you do this. And certainly already have a couple of people on board that are very good at what they do and that are willing to work with the division to get those out. So that's what I've got for right now, Bert, is that suggestion is move forward to there.
I'm going to kind of tag on to that, Rex. That sounds really good. And I think where this comes from is, I forgot the length of time, but the average person watches a YouTube video for like 30 seconds or a minute or something before they're off. Yeah. And, keeping these just short, really, targeted to a message, I think might have more impact than, showing a 2-hour seminar or something where people might watch for 3 minutes and turn them off. One thing, I talked to Drew, so my boss, Drew Cushing, the section chief, a little bit about this today. I think, and I'll work with you with this, Rex, down the road, but I think we're probably going to work towards developing maybe some kind of outreach plan within Blue Ribbon that starts talking about, how we address these kinds of topics. And then what I would like to do is dovetail it again by talking with our outreach section and see, what kind of advice they could provide us for this kind of stuff, because they're certainly the experts on this. And then start in the draw in, where we could collaborate and where we could get their support on things. So just some examples, we talked about these videos. I think it would be great. We got Mike Christensen on right now. If he could help us videotape these, but Mike's got other things he has to do as well. So making sure he's got support from his superiors and it fits into his schedule and that we're not overcommitting and, stuff like that. Another thing we've talked about within Blue Ribbon, I don't want to open this up too much today, but social media, creating like a Facebook profile or Instagram profile, getting into how we do that. For example, Crystal offered to give us some tips, but what I kind of want to get into is a planning process where we kind of detail some of this stuff out and really describe a plan and get expert opinion how we do this. So we kind of have a nice base of how we're going to operate and do outreach, and use that moving forward as kind of a playbook that we follow for the things that we do.
I think that'd be great. I just want you to know that I'd followed up on, can we get folks out there that are willing to do that? Yes, they are. How we do that. They asked me, how are we going to do it? And I said, I don't have the details yet. So when we get to those details, Randy, I'm all for, this is how we'd like to do it. And then make sure that we have a united front in how we put it together. And I would, I think it'd be great to have input from the outreach people and Mike, to have Mike involved. He's been behind a camera once before. It'd be good to have him on the camera. Just whatever we can do so we can get it moving forward. But there was certainly interest from folks that are out in the industry that, yes, we'd like to be involved with that kind of activity. Let us know how we put it together.
And that's awesome. And I appreciate you checking with different groups. I think this is exactly kind of the model that we're talking about. And probably the best part of these people's, lives is we're maybe not asking them to go stand in front of a bunch of people in an auditorium for 2 hours. We're asking them to get on a boat and do some fishing, and then we'll just shoot some stuff while they're there. So.
Yep. Well, the only exception would be Mike Fisher. If we went into a store and just, kind of, this is why you use the different, if you're in all these aisles of equipment, this is how it goes together. But we just need to put it together. But we do have people that are more than willing, that are in the industry, that are willing to help and actually want to be part of the outreach from Blue Ribbon.
No, that's awesome.
So looking at the June minutes and looking at the active objectives, I think actually we've made some good progress thanks to Randy. The first one of those objectives was to take advantage of the fishing guidebook to highlight Blue Ribbon. And so we heard earlier today that is underway. And the concept of a photo contest is one that was mentioned, and Crystal said that she's not willing to open it up until she's ready to take the input she's likely to get. But that actually raised a thought in my mind, and that is, we've seen some pictures of some amazing fish today from regional biologists, some of which are from Blue Ribbon waters, quite a few, or candidate Blue Ribbon waters. I almost wonder if we could make like a slideshow on Blue Ribbon of just rolling still shots rather than video, something we've already got. And it would need something like a label saying, what water body, maybe what species, and when that fish was caught or netted or electroshocked, just so the public has some better idea of the quality of the fish. Now, that might, of course, make them expect that they could catch such fish. And as I saw in the Middle Provo, there are a lot of big fish that never take my flies. But at any rate, that's just an idea, a rolling slideshow of still shots indicating what Blue Ribbon water the fish is coming from. We've also made significant improvements, as I mentioned, on the website, Fish Planner. There's plans to put a blue ribbon symbol next to those Blue Ribbon waters listed in the guidebook going forward. There's, as I mentioned, the button to help the public find specific Blue Ribbon sites. We saw an example today, Cal provided, where signage did incorporate the Blue Ribbon logo, and I appreciate that. And I know Jackie's been using our logo in the past too, and others as well. And I've seen them, in fact, on the new fishing pier at Starvation. The handicap fishing pier at Starvation has a nice Blue Ribbon logo there. So generally speaking, I think we're making some progress in terms of outreach and getting the public aware. One thing that I don't think we've been moving forward on is, we've talked about trying to get the word out through sporting goods stores. A lot of stores are still open, and so there was the question of maps or a poster with a map of Blue Ribbon waters, and then maybe hatch charts and temperature preference charts. But beyond that, I'd say we've made an incredibly good start, just based on the brainstorming that was done earlier this summer. So, any comments on some of those other possibilities or topics or actions?
If I could, we one of the things we talked about was, could we do something as a giveaway? And I'd still like to. I know Chris Crockett had talked about, doing some hatches and where to fish and that kind of stuff. But something that might tie in is what are some of the little swag things that we could do? And I just wondered if we had a blue ribbon float like you put on your boat keys that had the blue ribbon logo on there. Those aren't too expensive. I've been trying to brainstorm a little bit about what could we do. And I think that hatch chart, that's an easy one to pass out at sporting goods stores. And then if we, tie in the float, I just thought just as an idea, I just thought I'd run it past folks that, hey, that might be something we could give out that folks would appreciate. So.
You're talking about those little sponge foam floats that you put your keychain on. That's a great idea.
I mean, because, even guys that are in their kayaks or their pontoons, you just assume your car keys didn't go down to the bottom of the lake as you reach for something.
Yep. No, that's a nice idea for a swag item. I like that. Well, the other thing I wanted to mention is the June minutes had a list of objectives, and we probably want to make sure we come back to this list of objectives where there's some sort of quantitative approach to our outreach so that we can gauge what we're doing other than the qualitative. Yeah, the logo is there, it's on signs, it's on the website, and so on. So, we had, for example, exposed 25% of sporting goods customers to the Blue Ribbon brand. I'm not sure how feasible that is at this point in time, although most stores are open. At any rate, something to keep in mind for the future, how we quantify whether we're meeting these objectives that we set back in June.
And what I was going to say real fast, Bert, I talked about coming up with an outreach plan. It's probably going to dovetail back to these objectives. So I'm probably going to work towards coming up with some strategies under each of these objectives. And then again, kind of ground truthing that with our outreach section. Do these seem like good strategies? How can we pull these off? How supportive are you of helping us with this? What level of support can you give us? And I think that's what you'll probably see is the plan, take the objectives you see under the minutes and really build off of those.
All right. Well, I think that's about it for me today. Is there any new business? Or does anyone have any general comments or concerns or questions? Well, Randy, do you have anything else to add?
I don't.
I guess rack season is coming up, and I know Ken's going to be involved in that, I presume. Randy is, I know for sure. Jackie, you just popped up. Did you have something to add?
I just wanted to say, Bert, thank you for sharing that podcast that you and Randy did. I probably wouldn't have listened to it if you hadn't shared it, and I thought you both did a really good job.
Oh, thank you. You're making me blush. It was fun. It actually was fun. And honestly, I learned more about what I'm supposed to be doing from that exercise. No, I learned more about what Blue Ribbon is all about from doing that, and just confirmed a lot of the things that I had thought of in the past. But it was fun, and I thought, it's something that can be used in the future for future members of the council. What is it we're supposed to be doing? And hopefully the public listens. I know we can probably get some stats from Faith on that. She probably can track how many listens there are. So we'll see how it goes, but thanks for those comments. Any further comments or questions or observations? Well, if there are none, it sounds like we may be meeting at Lost Creek Reservoir, although that is still to be determined. Our normal date would be the third Thursday of the month. That would be September 17th next month. But if we push back a little bit till the fishing is better, I think that would still be fine with folks. I always put the next meeting dates at the bottom of the agenda. So if you ever have a question, but it's generally the third Thursday unless we do something special or unless it's a project proposal evaluation season or something like that. So if there are no further comments, I'd just like to encourage folks to plan to get out and visit our Blue Ribbon Fisheries and hopefully visit some of our candidate waters. It's a little bit too warm right now, but it should be cooling off pretty soon. Anything else? All right. I think that'll conclude today's meeting of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council. Thanks everyone for joining, and we will see you next month. Take care. Bye.